Yeah, I was watching you send that text.
I just looked over. There's such a delay, between when people get on and when I actually see them come on. So
I've noticed that too.
yeah, so good deal. Yeah, I figured you guys all remembered, but I wasn't sure. I thought I should just send a little note in case.
Well, let's see here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, Keith.
And Beth, gals, guys, gals.
I'm just looking to my right. I'm sitting on a gold mine of writing materials. You know how we sometimes get so flustered and clustered with stuff that we're grabbing those ring binders or spiral notebooks like this and writing and writing and writing. And It went so fast for about a year that I realized I had a pile of half-filled ring binders behind my desk back over here, where I was just grabbing another new ring binder all the time, And so I actually went through and tore out all the pages that were useless and filed away the rest. And it turned out I have like mountains of spare paper and ring binders here. I don't have to buy any ring binders for years.
I was going to say, just give them to Beth. She can recycle those.
Not to have you. She's asked for a lot of spiral notebooks. I mean, I'm okay with. I think I can keep those. I can keep them back in my drawer. But I've brought mountains of ring binders to Beth.
I know.
A couple of carloads.
Randy,
I think you've also been dropping off, Randy, Wheelock construction envelopes.
Yes. Well, I had a whole ton of those. I think some of those were a mistake because that's always my fallback. Technically, I'm still in business and I can still build a great house or a great medical center or whatever. So I'm ready to, at any moment that people start shooting spit wads at me, I can, go back to doing that if I have to. So I shouldn't have gotten rid of those envelopes. That was a mistake. But I noticed I noticed that Beth's been using the little Sunburst logo on the top as the new county logo. She puts right underneath there, she puts the return address.
I think we'd have to stop shooting spitballs at you in order to start and then
Yes.
offend you, right?
So are we or are we not going into executive session this morning right away? Because I know there was also Chris Rourke coming on, right? What's going on?
Go ahead, Peter.
So I think the plan was originally to go into executive session, but now that Chris is going to be available, we're going to do that and then likely put off at least county manager updates, possibly even the commissioner updates until later in the meeting.
And I didn't really get carried away with commissioner update again. So if we need to use that space,
Yeah.
fine with me. Just even if we don't get to it or whatever, let's just do the business we need to do first. I think, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I didn't mean to usurp your prerogative there.
No worries, I agree. Okay, it is 8:30. This is our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting, April 20th. First thing on the agenda is public comment. So if you would like to make a comment, you can click attend or click, what is that, participants, and click raise hand. I'm not thinking we're going to get anybody because all I see is staff and commissioners. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And then 8:30, we have a work session with U.S. Senator Hickenlooper's staff, Chris Rourke. My understanding is that he will be here any moment. Is that?
Hey Keith, did you guys, on the health clinic thing, did you all get the EMS entry worked out already? Or are you guys still talking about that with Pasula and?
Yeah, well, we got a response back from the architect saying, there's a little bit of a grade difference there, so we need to take that into consideration. So I just sent an email out this morning to Centura. I think it was Jessica from Centura and Roger from Alliance and the Pasulas and Brian Monsu saying, guys, you need to take a look at this and ultimately get it worked out. So
yeah,
it's not finalized yet.
What was that question again?
Oh, the ambulance entry. Trainer, Roger from Trainer took a look at that and he said that there's a little bit of a grade difference there. So we have to just work through how we can accommodate the grade difference between that door, that side door, and the driveway.
Right. That side door was always, I know early on, that's what's odd is that when they were working out those grades, that thing was always seen as where there would be an alternate accessible access that could function with a corridor, depending on how they did their layout, which was unknown. If they came to that wall, at one point, they even drew they said, well, if this ever did convert, for example, to an urgent care center, then they would try to potentially design with that in mind.
Right.
I know Centura has not been real, real enthusiastic about that happening at any time in the foreseeable future. Right. But certainly they always, and it was really more to do with when people come to the clinic because they're in trouble, they're walk-ins or something, and they say this person needs an ambulance, and that happens at all clinics occasionally. Right. So they're saying, how do we load out to an ambulance without, out around the front thing and down the,
right,
right through the lobby and everything, that they wouldn't want to do that. And that back door was always seen as not being a grade problem. So I'm not sure, they must have redone the grading plan or something.
Yeah, we'll get them to find a solution. We'll work through it.
Yeah, that was when they showed that just walled off in the last meeting. I thought something went wrong.
Yeah.
Right hand, left hand.
Yeah, maybe I must have been misreading the plans because I thought there was a door there. They just hadn't thought about the operational piece. But anyway,
They said
it looks
there'd be no
like Chris.
access to- I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, it looks like Chris Rourke is here with Senator John Hickenlooper's staff. My understanding is you're here to talk to us about our priorities at the federal level. Maybe let's just make sure that you're here and able to speak and all of that.
Hey there, folks. I just wanted to provide a quick update about what's going on the federal side and obviously hear from you about concerns that you have on the local level. You know, most recently, we've been working obviously to pass the American Rescue Plan, which we were very happy to get passed, provide you know, state and local assistance and also get shots in arms. And right now, you know, the big ticket item is obviously the infrastructure bill. We are, you know, seeing negotiations, hopefully a 6 to 8 week progress, crossing my fingers, in terms of providing a large number of projects, financial assistance, and getting a lot of things off the ground in terms of, you know, water and wastewater management, in terms of greenhouse and carbon capture, just in terms of housing, in terms of home care. There are just a number of sort of historic investments around everything, including a large amount of money for transportation needs. You know, how that will affect the I-70 corridor and other transportation projects in my region is something I'm sort of tracking. In terms of committee assignments that the senator's on, he's on Energy and Natural Resources, the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, Commerce, Science, and Transportation, and Small Business and Entrepreneurship, as well as the Subcommittee on Space. So I think our committee assignments have hugged Colorado quite well in terms of a fit. And I'm just happy to, you know, I just recently started this position. I'll be the Front Range Regional Director covering Jeffco, Boulder, Broomfield, Park, Gilpin, and Clear Creek. So just about everything West Metro up to the tunnel. But it's very nice to be here, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about some concerns on the local level.
Thank you for coming. And I think I don't need to come out of the gate with comments. Sean, Randy, whatever you'd like to share, or anybody else.
I'm thinking maybe we do introductions unless you all know each other already.
That's a good call.
Good. Go for it, George.
So Chris, I'm George Marlin. I know we're able to talk on the phone. I live in the center of Clear Creek County, the Idaho Springs district.
John Wood, appreciate the call last week. I live in Evergreen, eastern part of Clear Creek. Yeah, I'm a commissioner.
And I'm Randy Wheelock, and I'm the commissioner on the west end of the county, which is basically from about Fall River Road, just west of Idaho Springs, on up to the Continental Divide, and you know, the 3 passes that head out to the west.
Keith Montag, I'm the county manager. Nice to meet you, Chris.
Hi, Chris. I'm Peter Litzman. I'm the county attorney. Nice to meet you.
Well, thank you so much, all of you commissioners and staff, for having me on the call today. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and we have, you probably saw that we're live on Facebook. We only have 3 attendees. I don't think we have anybody who's not staff in this meeting. We also do, though, get quite a lot of views on Facebook, especially as the weeks proceed. So we can say hi to all of the Clear Creek folks who might be watching this at some point. And then I don't know who wants to get started with questions they might have.
I'm not very big on Facebook anyways, so that's okay.
Well, what we've learned is that, and Sean pointed this out yesterday, he very astutely has been going back over the week to see how many more views show up, and it might only be a few on the day of the meeting, depending on people's availability. But as as people come home in the evening and everything, what we found is that I think you reported, Sean, that there were up to maybe you'd see 500 views of a particular meeting before it was over, which means that as one of the positives out of COVID is our virtual meeting thing has allowed so many more people to be engaged and see these things and be able to just tune into it like a show and see what happened at the meeting and be able to get with us and comment on it. And it's either through social media or emails or giving us a ring or whatever. So I think it's been a tremendous boon to community engagement in the meetings. But I think I'll jump out just because there are on a couple of things at the federal level. There are areas that each of us commissioners, we kind of like a divide and conquer a little bit on particular subject matter issues, things we know about or are passionate about. We kind of divide up and try to take the lead to get a little more done and augment staff. And on my end, it's more transportation and then recreation and forest health. And so I think the things in Clear Creek County, if you're looking for local, that's important to us. On the transportation side, the 800-pound gorilla in our room right now is the gap funding for the Floyd Hill project for I-70. That's the last major piece of, there's some other pieces. There's a Bakerville to EJMT climbing lane and or auxiliary lane to maintain 3 lanes westbound up to the tunnel. But of course there, the 3rd lane runs into the wall, and it comes back down to 2 anyway. So the really big one is the massive congestion on Floyd Hill, which we're seeking to mitigate with the Floyd Hill to the east on the uphill route, on Saturday mornings and Friday nights. And we're looking to mitigate that miles-long traffic jam that sometimes runs through this project. And CDOT has tagged it as one of their top 3 and maybe their top 1 next project in the state. And we're short about $250 million. It's about a 750 basically it's about a $700 million project that we've tagged about 450 for so far. And so we're highly supportive of that and really looking forward to getting that going. The other item in transportation, it's an operational thing happening right now. As we've completed our peak period shoulder lanes, those peak period shoulder lanes are too small, and we've tested them with full-size buses like Mustang, cruiser buses, and they're not safe in that lane in that configuration because it's so narrow without shoulders when we're running the express lane. And so toward that end, Director Lou and I had a conversation a couple of years ago about what can we do to get transit into that lane and relieve congestion. And it's the obvious solution is to build transit that fits in the lane. Toward that end, CDOT has begun a program that I think they're naming it today, and it's probably going to go back to the Pegasus name. We're not sure, but it picks up on Mustang. This time though, it's a flying horse that goes faster and fits in an express lane. And they have a small amount of money, about $3 million that they've tagged for the first year's operations after fare box recovery, as well as a capital cost of buying about a fleet of those shuttle buses and putting out. So it's more like the airport shuttle size stuff. And the reason they're going to that is that that's the size that will be within 5 years or less, about the time they do a fleet rollover, is going to be able to be electrified and take it to the next level. They can perform better with higher torque electric engines, and they'll also be electrified, which is, towards the senator's climate goals. And so it's a very small step in that direction. So a little bit of federal funding would be very helpful there, to the tune of about $8 to $10 million to help CDOT expand the size of that fleet within the next year or two, to actually double up on it, because they're expecting it. Everything they're seeing is telling them in advance it's going to be very successful. And also to do testing to prove its energy and emissions advantages of those size vehicles on the interstate and their ability to get people out of cars, and in large part start replacing some of the larger buses, which, like the semis, are rolling roadblocks. So there's a lot of good to be done in that area. On the recreation side, on federal funding, forest health is a big deal under climate change, and our fire risk has gone way up, which is exemplified this last year. And the U.S. Forest Service and everybody we're working with, CPW and everyone, is seeing this as a really a major problem going forward. And so fire mitigation funds for treatments, as well as good recreation planning funding, because everything we've heard in the last year is that the Forest Service and CPW and everyone is telling us that if you look at the woods like a scatter chart, and every point represents a person. The woods are getting pretty dark right now, and they see that as pretty much other than the actual ignition potential of the woods. It's that the number of people that are in the woods right now, and every time you do that, it's rolling the dice. So being able to manage recreation in a manner that helps control both behavior and the numbers of people in the woods is a pretty high priority. So recreation planning and fire mitigation are really big deals right now. And you mentioned that the senator's on the Natural Resources Committee, and so he hopefully can have a big voice in that for us.
Absolutely. I mean, those are things, especially, obviously as we're working through the infrastructure bill, I'm actively tracking those projects for Floyd Hill and CDOT priorities around the state. And I think that we're lucky enough to have a great congressional delegation in the area that's really focused, has gone through a couple of wildfire summits that are very focused on mitigation. And just from experience and having been in several positions in the state, I think Senator Hickenlooper offers a very important viewpoint and a voice on that issue. So definitely something we're tracking as we move into the summer months.
Thanks.
Sean, if you have anything to say, or I can go, whatever you prefer.
I don't think I have much to add at all. The only thing I'd be curious, Chris, to circle back on sometime, you mentioned that Senator Hickenlooper was on a committee related to pensions. I don't know if it's going to be in his wheelhouse in the federal legislation around retirement plans, but if so, I think it would make sense maybe to triangulate with Treasurer Young to make sure he knows what's going on at the state level and see if there's any leverage points that he can help us with at the federal level.
Yes, he is in fact on the pension, help, education, labor, and pension, the help committee. So he will be actively involved in those issues, everything across that spectrum. The committee is a bit of a heavyweight, and I will be gaining some information from Mr. Young in terms of his plan and sort of what he has planned for the state. And I know that there are other comparable programs that are taking place. I think you mentioned one in California.
Oregon, California, Illinois are the three that have already
yeah.
given out. There's probably another 6 or 7 states, including Colorado, that are in the process.
Yes. So definitely something we'll be tracking.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, I appreciate Randy's words about recreation management and transportation, and those are, I think, kind of the top things to really talk about, and taking it sort of back a step and just sort of calling for the adequate funding of our national forests in general. I know that this is not like a new topic, but I'm not grasping right now the big wow statistics about how much the Forest Service budget has been reduced over the last 20 years. But whenever I hear the statistic, I'm surprised, because I know that if one of the things that we took on as a government had lost 80% of its funding, I wouldn't be able to tell my constituents that we had any concern about it, right? I wouldn't be able to say this is something that we care about, right? So I think that's very important. One of the things I think about when I think about the federal government is there are issues that we deal with here locally that we have the tools to deal with locally and that we can solve within our borders. And then there are things that we can't, right? And then that's where the federal government really needs to come in and step up for us, right? Like, so I'll bring up climate change. Climate change is an issue that we can do everything, if we can spend every dollar in our budget and not affect our outcomes. And that's because it's a global problem, right? But what we know is that the local risks from climate change are acute, right? We are a tourism economy that relies on a stable climate, whether you're a rafting company or a restaurant that gets customers for a rafting company or a ski area. Our entire tourism economy is dependent on a stable climate. Last summer, and I was born and raised in Idaho Springs, grew up here looking at these forests get thicker and thicker. Last summer, for the first time in my life, I heard about a stage 3 fire ban. I didn't even know this existed, right? But literally we had to shut down the forest to the point that no one was allowed. And I know Randy mentioned that a little bit too. That's because we had a forest fire in Grand County literally move faster than a human can run. And that's a climate impact, right? That's poor forest management as well as climate. And so those are the kinds of things when I think about what I can and can't do in my job. One of the things I can't do is save, Randy's grandchildren, our grandchildren, generations out from the disastrous impacts of climate change, right? I can't control for the fact that my road budget will go up 20%, 30%, 40% because of climate change. I can't, these are the things that I need the federal government to step in and take care of for us. Another big one is income inequality, right? We talk about in local policy issues, they filter down to talking about housing affordability. And we try to figure out how to subsidize housing development so that we can get a deed restriction so that people who work in our community can afford to live in our community. Another way to look at that is to wonder why average wages in the restaurant industry are maybe $15 an hour right now, and that's what my father earned as a line cook 25 years ago, right? That if the minimum wage had kept up with inflation, just with inflation, which doesn't include housing prices, the CPI doesn't include housing prices, it would be like $33 a year, or it would be like $33 an hour. So those are the two things that I feel like, as it relates to the relationship between local government and federal government, we really need federal action on this. I can't impact climate change. I can't impact income inequality. All I can do is try to hear from my constituents about how bad it is, try to put Band-Aids on it, right? So I'll step off of my soapbox and let you respond and let some other people talk about some other stuff, because there's a lot of little things like Good Samaritan legislation and other stuff, but I feel like it would be remiss for us not to mention those two issues that everything we deal with filters through.
Sure. I mean, firstly, all of my Mountain West counties have expressed concern about the lack of staffing, specifically in terms of the Forest Service, just not enough ground to cover, not enough people covering enough ground, and that's something that I have listed as a concern and pushed up. In terms of sort of income inequality and sort of creating
Looks like we may have lost Chris for a moment.
I'm gonna stop his video.
Chris, it looks like you might come back. We missed the last 30 seconds or so.
You said regarding income inequality, and then that was the end.
Yep, this is how COVID has been for me. Internet going out. But in terms of income inequality, and we're making a historic investment through this infrastructure plan, over $100 billion for workforce development, something that we're working to do to create high-paying jobs through this huge investment in the economy that spans over 10 years. In terms of reducing greenhouse gases and getting to a carbon neutral economy, I think just about everything in terms of transportation, grid modernization, clean water infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, these are all things that are viewed through the administration in the lens of climate change. So I think we'll be, I'm crossing my fingers that we get this passed. Senator Hickenlooper is committed to those goals that the administration has, and we'll
Lost you again.
Is anyone hearing me?
Now I heard that.
No.
But where did I cut off?
Uh,
The senator is committed to the goals of climate change, along with transportation, and kind of right there.
Yeah, we're trying to make historic improvements and investments that are going to help deliver for cities and counties. That was just sort of my final point.
okay.
I think that's really important. And I think, I don't think George said something a little bit ago that can often be misconstrued. And what he was trying to do was, I think, illustrate the enormity of the problem. And correct me if I'm wrong, George. I mean, I don't think you ever meant to say that there's nothing we can do about climate change, implying that we should not act. You know, that's why we're saying these transportation policies are so important. Every day is a new reset point, a new baseline, a starting point. And so to look at what we could have done 30 or 40 or 50 years ago and say it's too large to change now is exactly the reason why we need to try, I think, even harder. And why. But the problem also is that it's not just about, the fact that it's a global problem doesn't mean it's somebody else's fault. It's sort of everybody's fault and everybody's responsibility is at the global level, which means that we need help at the federal level to help at the local level. All the little pieces come together, whether it's electric transit, whether it's transit instead of individual cars, whether it's electric transit, whatever it is, and whether it's renewable energy to power that electric transit, all the pieces that have to fall into place for it to work are really, really important. And so that's why the funding to help us be able to get to those places that would normally be a little out of our reach. A good application of federal funds isn't necessarily spending a lot of time, arguing with lawyers about it's important to have good policy, but it's not just arguing with corporations. It's about actually enabling individuals to be able to make the changes because they all add up to the whole of climate change, whatever every one of us does. And so your help at the local level is what makes that happen.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly wasn't trying to say we can't do anything about this. You have to do everything. What I'm trying to say is we need robust partners everywhere, and the federal government is probably the most important one in our country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how I took it, was just that you need a partner and someone that's going to help achieve these goals. So we're committed to doing that. That's why I'm trying to keep my ear to the ground as well.
Thank you. And I see that our sheriff, Rick Albers, has popped on screen here. Sheriff, maybe you want to introduce yourself. Maybe you have something that you want to get off your chest.
No, I have nothing off my chest. I just, Chris, Sheriff Clear Creek, nice to meet you. I know that there's a lot of senators and stuff spending a lot of money on recreation improvements in the state of Colorado and across the United States. With this recreation improvements, it's bringing more people into the rural areas, and the search and rescue cost and calls are going up. Is there anything that Governor Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper can do to maybe help out the search and rescue teams, since they're all volunteer and basically are 501c3s and have to, the county's helping them out a little bit, but it'd be nice to have some type of fundage available for them to draw into to help them out. It's just a question or a concern.
I don't have anything specific, Sheriff, that I've seen, but every county that I've talked to from the foothills on up has seen, I know that, they're saying that recreation numbers have doubled, that it's hard to have available staff just to maintain clean spaces. And your point about search and rescue is really well taken. I can sort of follow up on that, but I don't have any specific items that I know about at this time.
All right, I appreciate it. If it just can be in the back of Mr. Hickenlooper's mind that, we bring more people in, that causes the incidents to go up, and
Yeah.
these poor volunteers are just getting run ragged. So thank you, and thank you, George.
No, I'll make sure to note that. Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I realize we've got about a minute left before the next thing. Chris, anything you'd like to leave us with?
Is it possible to leave my information in the chat? I just want to make sure everybody has my contact info.
In webinar mode, it's hard to put it up on chat.
Chris, I have your email. I'd be happy to send you an email after this, and you can respond back with all your info, and I can share it with the commissioners if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just Chris_Rourke, RORK at hickenlooper.senate.gov. Please, it's my job to make sure that I'm listening on the local level and pushing these things up to make sure that, especially as we go through the infrastructure project, conversation, that the needs of cities, of counties are pushed up, that those needs are getting expressed to Senator Hickenlooper, and he's aware of them, and that we're pushing those concerns on the national level as these conversations continue. So please do not hesitate to drop me a line, give me a call. I just want to make sure that I'm keeping my ear to the ground as we start this new position, and as we're building this new office.
Awesome.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I really appreciate the commission having me this morning.
And I appreciate you getting to us so quickly after it's only been a handful of months since John Hickenlooper came into office. So thank you.
Well, I'll try not to bug everybody too often, but I plan on stopping back in just to make sure I've got a finger on the pulse of what's going on.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. I mean, you're welcome to come anytime is what I meant.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so next on our agenda, we have county commissioner and county manager updates. And I think that our plan here, or our desire, is to postpone these two items till later in the day so that we can jump into executive session.
I think so. As a matter of fact, if we needed to forego one of them as updates, because we have a lot of important stuff we'll see how it goes. Happy to postpone it, and if we need to, even cancel it this time to get everything in.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. So then I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24-64024F, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussing personnel matters relating to the hiring of a county manager, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I will send out a new Zoom link.
Okay, and just for those watching, this meeting will stay live, and we will return to this meeting. For now, we are adjourning into executive session. No decisions will be made. No written minutes will be kept. Thank you.
morning, Beth.
Hey, Brian, sorry. I was multitasking.
I'm going to step away for 1 minute. And please wait for me to come back. I'll be right back.
Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, George. How are you?
Doing well. Okay, so the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. We are back for the next portion of our agenda, which is an update with the Emergency Medical Services Division. We have Brian here, and Brian.
Oh, there he is.
George, could I make a request? If I step out of a meeting and say I'll be right back in 1 minute, would you please hold till I get back? Could we please do that? I'd appreciate that. Please.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say 1 second. It was just
Maybe you
sort of
weren't in yet.
was just
Yeah.
saying the stuff that is said every time.
Okay.
And I was actually just about to say, so why don't we wait for just a moment while Sean and Randy come back? So why don't we wait for just a moment while Sean and Randy come back?
Well, sorry, I hadn't heard that. I didn't even notice Sean wasn't on the screen yet. And I hadn't heard, I didn't know that was coming, just like you came on a second after I said that and ran. So it's no big deal. I was just asking if we could please do that if I request. So I would have thought somebody would have, but anyway, I didn't hear the whole picture. So sorry, I didn't wait for the rest of your line. So
That's okay. So, okay, Sean is back. Randy is here. Brian, we've got 25 minutes now with you to talk about what's going on with EMS.
All right. Well, I can use that up. Good morning, commissioners, Keith and Peter. I hope everyone had a safe night last night. It really started snowing, but I think everyone remembered 3 or 4 days ago, so they stayed the heck off the highway, and we weren't very busy, which surprised the heck out of me. I did see a bunch of people just stopped on the highway that just said, we're not going to move until the snow clears up a little bit. So that was good to see. I'll just start with a few things. With the state of the agency, we're coming out of COVID, and we've done pretty well. One of the captains, Ed Smith, has retired, and he is gone now. We will fill that position. It was through internally that we're going to fill it. It'll be about the 1st of June. We are in our slow season, so I'll be doing kind of double time with that, and the other captains will be helping me out. And also, Alec Gerard is here too. He's captain on shift today, just so you guys can recognize him. But we had 1 paramedic leave and 1 captain from retirement. I think that's pretty good considering the COVID, episode. I think there's a lot of turnover right now, so we're doing pretty good with that. Budgetary wise, we came back with that 6.5 sales tax, and that turned out to be just over $1.2 million, which I was very happy to see, seeing how we were almost probably down for half the year with sales tax. So we're gonna work with Peter and Brent and Keith for the next budgetary cycle next year to put us basically on an account where we could see how much money that we have standing under that tax account all the time to help with budgeting, forecast budgeting for the next 5 to 10 years. The last 2 years, it's been about $200,000 overage we've had both years. So I think it's a prime time to invest in infrastructure for Clear Creek EMS. Sat down with the fire department the last 2 weeks and worked out a deal that would go something like this, that we would have basically in their new building down in Idaho Springs, 1/3 ownership of that building. The way we would pull that off is by having the fire department basically start the project, and then for Clear Creek EMS to offset the cost of that for the next 5 years from $100,000 to $150,000 to have full 1/3 ownership of that building. That would come with 3 base spaces, 2 bedrooms, the common area, and also a kitchen. So it would be a space that is more than sufficient for us right now on the east side of the county, with room for, if we have to go to more ambulances in the future, which I think we probably will. So it gives us plenty of room to grow. I think that will take care of a home for us for the next 10 to possibly 15 years. And then after that 5 years is up, do the same thing with a piece of property up in Georgetown that the fire department is getting right now, and hopefully do the same kind of deal and build the same kind of station up there where we could have 3 bays, same kind of common area. So I think that would put us in a great position to have ownership in buildings and a home for Clear Creek EMS for the foreseeable future, with plenty of room to expand up to possibly 6 to 8 ambulances. Man, I don't know if that's going to happen in the next 10 years, but nothing would be surprising to me at this point. So I think that's really good news and really exciting. Clear Creek EMS, we've had some nice smaller stations around the county. Most of the time it's been in our lease, or we've been in an agreement for someone else's building. So I think that's a step in the right direction to have a home for the next 10, 15 years. We're also doing some training with the fire department now. The captains are always here at the EMS, so we're talking about doing frontline fire medics, which is a need up here in case we have wildland fire, and also it's reimbursable through the federal government. So if ever there's a fire, in this county or close to it, we could put one of these guys on the front line and have him be a medic. And not only would it be good for the county, but it would also be reimbursable by the federal government. We'd also send them through Swiftwater training to help with fire department. A lot of times the captains are someone that's always going to be on the scene. So if they have a couple of people from fire and a captain, then there's a lot of things that we could accomplish with that many people, with the captains kind of being cross-trained in that. And then also they would get, what's the other one that we're going to do with them? The ropes rescue. So if one of our captains gets on scene before a lieutenant gets on from the fire department, we could go ahead and start setting up the system for over the edge rescue calls, or anything that we do with low to mid angle rescues. So that's good. Let's see, I got a grant meeting tomorrow with the Free TAC board. We got put in for a grant for $98,000 for a remount of a new ambulance next year. Also some new radios, and also a simulation man, so we could do all of our own ACLS training, pediatric training up here, and we wouldn't have to send out our people to, other agencies or other, businesses to get those required fields certifications every year for them. So hopefully we'll get that going. It isn't as much as we've asked for in the past, but I don't think there's as much money going around right now, especially after this last year. So I'm hoping for the remount on the ambulance, at least in the sim man, and we'll see what they say about the radios, but we're not in dire need if we don't get some of those. That's a 50% match, by the way. So hopefully that'll come down the line. Our ambulance, we got a new Forerunner, and when we put in next 5 years, it'll definitely be on my mind to do maybe a some sort of hybrid for that, or hopefully the technology will be up there where we could start looking into doing both ambulance chassis and quick response vehicles, either in a hybrid model, or if we start having charging stations around the county, definitely tapping into that. That's something that's just starting to be talked about everywhere on how to get that accomplished. So that'll be coming down the pike. Our colors are kind of changing. They're the same colors, but just in a different scheme. So you'll notice on the new captain's vehicle and also the new ambulance coming in, it's instead of a white ambulance, it's going to be like a steel gray with a Clear Creek blue. Same logo, same county seal on the door, but it's an eye catcher. They're very, very cool, awesome looking vehicles. I think it'll be a good eye catcher for people when they see them down in Denver too, to be like, wow, where do those go? Where do those belong to? So you'll see a little different color scheme on the ambulances. I think they complement Clear Creek very nicely and very good looking. Let's see. So the RFP, we know that's going through. We're looking forward to that. I think we're going to learn, hopefully, a lot of things and have it all in a consolidated spot so we could use the data. And, it'll just be nice to have it all together with some objective information and be able to, make decisions based on that. So looking forward to that. That's going to be a process, as we talked about, probably over the next 6 months, but we're all up for it, and we'll do whatever it takes to get the best information on that. And I'm looking forward to the outcome of that. Currently working right now with FreeTAC to revamp the MCI protocols for the Foothills RETAC region. I'm on a task force or board for that. That should be done in the next couple of months. Just basically a revamp of how we all talk to each other here in this region in the Foothills RETAC. So that's coming along. We're also we're still short one member in the FreeTAC. We're still looking for another member from Clear Creek. I don't know where that stands. I know Alec put in for it, and a couple other people might, but that's something that we should get taken care of. If we need another board member, revisit that and make sure we fill that spot. So let's see. The only other thing I was looking at this year is we're starting to do a bunch of special events, applications, and depending on whether COVID sticks around and we end up having a bunch of special events or not, the way our new system is set up at Clear Creek EMS here is we have 3 ambulances on during the weekend, and plus I'm here also. So in the past with some of these, and I talked to Keith about this, a couple of the events in general, we had charged a fee for an extra ambulance to be on that day. These events basically benefit this community through nonprofit organizations, whether it's the Booster Club or hospice or the kids. I forget the name of that one. Beth could tell you about that. But I'm thinking with the situation we're in and how we don't need to bring on so many more people with our new matrix of how we schedule on those days. I'm thinking about waiving our fee for those events and just having myself come in, and it would be a minimal cost now, instead of, it used to be having to put on another ambulance was something that really hurt us, and now it's not that big a deal. So I'm looking into, especially with the Slacker and the half marathon, just go ahead and waiving that $1,500 and just having myself in here to fully staff the ambulance for those weekends. So that's the stuff I'm thinking about. I don't know if I forgot anything. Does anyone have any questions?
I think there's, as it relates to waiving fees, you know, it occurs to me that, well, I just don't know if I'm comfortable with that. If there are some specific events that we want to provide support to, we have avenues to provide support other than waiving fees. I'm not sure how we, and I'd like to keep the entire conversation about which events we want to help in kind of the same bucket, which is a bucket of which ones do we want to give money to, rather than have a conversation about which fees we want to waive and where we want to make contributions. That's sort of my initial thought on that piece. And I just, part of it is because I know the EMS service is something that our taxpayers pay for, and you know, it should recoup its costs associated with things like events.
I tend to agree with that. Not only is it something that they pay for, but it's something that's critically important to them from our own perspective. And also, as we know from surveys from theirs, that it's things like fire, ambulance, police, and roads that are at the top of the list for our constituents. You know, and that all makes sense. The basics to get around and stay alive.
Well done then. Then I will continue charging the fee for the events that ask for the extra ambulance.
We didn't hear from Sean yet, but I don't know what his.
No, I think that sounds fine. And I also, Brian, appreciate you bringing up the empty free tax seat. And I would encourage you, if you can't find somebody who's interested, that would be a valuable addition from the fire authority footprint, that maybe you reach out to Everett Fire and Rescue and look at the Clear Creek portion of their footprint to see if maybe you could find somebody. One other thing I wanted to bring up, and this probably isn't going to be a very popular thing to say, back when Randy and I were with Tim, we approved the 0.65% tax with the idea that we were going to make the EMS budget whole. It was, and we were very careful not to, we tried to right size it. And I remember at the time, some former county commissioners criticized us for not just making it 1%. Now we find ourselves in a situation where EMS is flush and Road and Bridge is not. And I think before we get too excited about spending those dollars on something that we didn't originally imagine with the 0.65, that we kind of go through the process of figuring out how we're going to make Road and Bridge's funding whole, particularly if we end up going for a sales tax. I could imagine a scenario where we might decide to right size the 0.65%. And I haven't talked about this with Randy or George at all. We brought this up in the context of a meeting with Road and Bridge and some other stakeholders. So I would just say, before we get too far down the line of spending that money, we probably need to have a policy discussion about it.
Understood. Yeah, so that would be maybe writing that tax. I know that the way it was set up was that the points 0.65 would go only to EMS, and that's how it would have to be spent. I didn't think about, ever maybe changing that. There is going to be, in my opinion, a certain cost that's going to have to happen to make sure that we have stations that are compatible with our needs. My opinion, it was better to have stations that we owned, that was a part of Clear Creek EMS, than as in the past having an agreement to stay in a spot for an unknown amount of time until other variables changed, which seems a little, well, it's just not as solid a future as having our own facilities. A lot of the costs that we've cut is through, a different matrix with how, we staff ambulances and the personnel that are in EMS. So, I'm up for discussions on everything, but I thought, that's my take on it. I was just really excited to maybe have a home for Clear Creek EMS for the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, and just
able
to be
expand.
clear, I think that you guys have done a fantastic job, you particularly, Brian, in terms of increasing our collections and kind of righting the ship financially. And probably some of the reason we picked the 0.65 is we didn't anticipate that sort of thing happening. And I congratulate you. And the last thing I would personally want to do is punish you for you're doing a good job. But like I said, there's a larger context here. And I could foresee a situation where if we were ending up looking for sales tax dollars to help out Road and Bridge, that this could come into the conversation. So I just wanted to let you know that that conversation is happening at some level.
I appreciate that. I know there's only so much in the basket, and it's got to be
exactly
doled
it.
out. Yeah, doled out.
And you know, guys, it could be that we can still accommodate both. Whatever the right term is, right sizing or looking at revisiting the 0.65 and assisting Road and Bridge, and still having enough money for some capital projects, as you had indicated, Brian. I mean, we'll just have to sit down and look at the budget and the budget projections and see where we come out at the end. But we might be able to accommodate or accomplish everything that we're talking about.
Yeah. And Sean, I appreciate your comments, and I think it is something we need to look at. We should know, like, one of the things, I think both of these things are true, that we have found cost savings and increased non-tax revenues to your department. I think it's also true that we are exceeding our projections in what we thought that 0.65 would get us. That's a good problem to have. Those are all good things to be talking about. When we passed the 0.65, it was very clear that the voters wanted a high quality EMS service, one that they could rely on. And so knowing what our capital needs are and having a plan to meet our capital needs in EMS. I know I was walking through your Station 1A in Dumont, and we were pointing out that the carpet is, 20, 30 years old. And so I want us to, have this conversation too. And I think, and if you're a taxpayer and you're listening to me right now and you disagree, I want to hear about it. But I think that saying that we're going to really put EMS from a capital perspective in the best position possible before we talk about reducing the sales tax rate, I think is appropriate. And then maybe just the last thing I'll say, Brian, one of the things I just really appreciate and want to commend you for is you're a taxpayer here, and you think about the burden of taxes on people, and you aren't trying to spend money to keep money, right? You're being as efficient as you possibly can, and you've made a lot of great innovations, and I just want to commend you for that.
Thank you. I think it's worth saying too that also by being a part, because chances are if we weren't buying into the station that the fire department was going to build down in Idaho Springs, that fire station is going to be built anyway. So we know that the fire department's going to have to ask for money somehow, whether it's mill levies or other. So that kind of offsets another tax that might come around, and that is that we're help funding that. So maybe down the line, it wouldn't increase. The fire department increase wouldn't have to be as great as if we weren't into that building helping. Basically offset their budget too for the next 10 years. So just something that a different angle on it also. So
I think I appreciate, very much Sean's willingness to sharpen the pencil and know that we get this right. At the same time, I'm pleased that we went with the 0.65% and pleased that our reorganization of EMS has caused some findings of efficiency that have leveraged and made that 0.65 even more useful, and that the 0.65 has even generated more funds than we thought. But I'd also recall that the 0.65 was just really we intentionally right-sized it at that time to only cover what our shortfall was in trying to do operations and stabilize it. And that the windfall that we've had by virtue of Brian's hard work and that extra money now allows us to attack other perceived shortcomings in EMS or deficiencies, which are having a stable home that we know we can count on going forward, and having first-class facilities of the capacity to serve our needs for a ways into the future. And I think to plan ahead and prepare for that is wise. And I mean, I think each one of our areas of responsibility and difficulty that we face, like road and bridge and everything else, they need to be integrated together and thought about. But before I would wholesale say, well, we've got a road and bridge problem, so we need to take some of that money back. I think that money is what we're discussing is to be being put to good use for both fire and EMS purposes. And generally, when we bring multiple stakeholders or multiple operations together in one place to serve dual needs, there's generally and usually, and we should confirm this, a savings that by combining those things, by having a better economic scale to the capital improvement that you're making. We obviously have some issues in the infrastructure at Dumont. We obviously have the same brewing at Idaho Springs, and so to come up with a couple of 3 plans that make excellent use of that money, leveraged again with other efforts to build a new fire station and stuff like that, seems like a pretty wise use of funds that we should prove out, with the pencil. But I'd prefer to do that and maintain the, one of our goals was a quality and higher level of EMS service, and we're doing it. I think we should stay on that path and then work diligently on the road and bridge side as well, but not sacrifice one for the other.
Yeah, thanks, Randy, George. And just to reiterate, yeah, the last thing that I would want anyone to feel is that people are being punished for their good work. I mean, that's not at all what we're looking at here. And I think the other thing that's really important is to benefit from the findings of the consultant that we've hired to help us study our EMS and fire services. I think that will probably feed into this as well. And yeah, so my message was just, I wouldn't want you to be getting too far down the road and then be surprised that some other conversation is going on that may affect EMS's long-term strategic plans. And I appreciate your partnership, Brian.
Oh, I completely understand. Yeah. And like I said, I know this is a team effort in this county, and it takes everyone making the right decision for things to go the way we want it. So I completely understand all sides.
Okay. So it sounds like we have identified a conversation to continue. And I think we have a feel for where that should go. I think, knowing how much the increase in how much over our projections we are with that 0.65, seeing a bit of a capital plan that, really meets our needs in a way that, is good for us and for the future of EMS service delivery. I think those are the 2 pieces that I heard that we want to hear more on. Is there anything else? Okay, great. Well, it is 10 o'clock, Brian. Thank you for your update and your good work. It's great knowing that you guys are going to be here to save our lives or our neighbors' lives when we need it.
Thank you. Look forward to talking to you guys next time. Take care.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, so next on the agenda is consideration of approval of a permit application and report of changes for Lawson Adventure Park and Resort. I see we've got some folks from Lawson Adventure here. And I see Nanette Reimer. Are you the right person to kick this off?
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Thank you. This will be very quick. Lawson Adventure Park has applied to not really applied, has given us notice of their change of manager for their operations. With us is Amelia and Greg if they have any questions. And really, it's just a notice requirement that they have to give the commissioners notice for this transaction. They don't have to go through the full process of review. She submitted fingerprints. We published sorry, not published, posted notice of the hearing on the property, giving the public the 10 days requirement of the hearing, and we're set. We just needed to get the commissioner's approval for the change.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions. Randy, Sean, do you?
Nope.
Okay, it's a pretty straightforward thing. I think we might be ready just to have a motion, but I acknowledge, Greg, that you are here on screen. Thanks for coming. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, I just would like, basically to introduce Amelia to you guys. She's got a lot of experience. She was actually the postmaster in Georgetown, and she's been in this lodging industry, food and beverage, and she'll be fantastic in this role. And we're just happy to have her in charge of our liquor licensing.
Hi again to those who know me from the post office. And hi to those who don't know me yet. I don't have any questions. I think we're pretty set and ready to go with the transfer if you guys are.
And hi, Amelia. I shouldn't have let you say hi without saying hi back. Sorry about that.
Hello.
Okay, so I think at this point, we might be ready for a motion.
Perfect.
So I move we approve the permit application with the report of changes for Lawson Adventure Park LLC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Perfect. You guys have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay, so next in our agenda is our consent agenda. I'm just going to go ahead and read it here. Number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-39 to appoint a member to the Clear Creek County Planning Commission. Number 3, consideration of approval of the 2021 County Public Trustee Quarterly Report. Is there anything that you all would like to discuss or remove?
Nope, I'm good. I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Before I second, I just wanted to note that I think the tourism board is down some seats, and at some point, I know that we're responsible for filling those. I would like to maybe have a quick conversation about that at a future day. Just reminded me when I saw the planning commission, but with that said, I second the approval for the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, and I welcome an opportunity to talk about vacancies on any boards. Next on the agenda is a work session with Department of Human Services with Sarah Casano, Yumiko Doherty, and Corey Elger.
Guys, thank you again for having us. I'm so excited to be here with these guys. So I am going to let Corey and Yumiko kind of take over, but just wanted to give a quick introduction. So Corey, they both work for Department of Human Services. Corey is the placement manager or the permanency manager for CDHS, and Yumiko is the, I have to look because it's such a long title, the Director of Strategic Planning and Implementation. So these guys are both kind of who I go to at the state as our experts in everything really, but especially implementing Family First. So I will turn it over to you all.
Thank you. And maybe we can just introduce ourselves real quick so you know who you're talking to. I'm George Marlin, County Commissioner. I live in the center part of the county, Idaho Springs.
Sean Wood, Commissioner from the East. I live about a stone's throw from the Jeffco border in Evergreen.
Randy Wheelock, and I'm the commissioner on the west end of the county. I live in Empire and represent the area from about Fall River Road up to the Continental Divide and the 3 passes that exit the county on the west end.
And I'm Keith Montag, County Manager, and we're so pleased to have you join us today. As you well know, Sarah has been recently hired as our Human Services Director here at the county, and she is very excited, very engaged, And we've asked all of you to come in today and give us a little more information on Family First, which is a program I know Sarah is extremely engaged with as well. So thank you for being here.
And I'm Peter Lichtman. I'm the county attorney. Very nice to meet you.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for having us. And Sarah, thanks for inviting us. I've worked with Sarah for years. I'm super excited. I think you guys made a great choice. I can't wait to continue this with her. So I just want to give a quick hello and thank you for having us from CDHS. We really want to dig in and chat about Families First. Excuse me. So I'll turn that over to Yumiko, and she'll, as she already has, started presenting, and we'll just get going. The one thing I want to just say is I think there's a lot of like, oh, what's this going to do to child welfare and funding and all these things. So hopefully we can ease some of those worries that people have. And I would also just say, I think for both of us, if you guys have questions, I don't necessarily think you need to wait till the end. Please don't hesitate. If we use acronyms or terms that are child welfare, sometimes we all get into our own language. So please don't hesitate to say, wait, what is that? Or what is that really going to do for us? So with that, Yumiko, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you. And if there's any questions, again, don't hesitate to jump in and ask.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving us some space to share more about Family First. So I'm going to give an overview of what's in the law and what we're doing kind of at the state level around Family First. And then Sarah is going to come in and kind of talk more about how this actually will impact Clear Creek. Because I think that's the big thing. When we talk about the law is huge, right? At the heart of Family First is really about systems transformation. But I think, and it can be overwhelming for sure, but I think Sarah can help really hone in on where she thinks the impacts will really be in Clear Creek. And as you'll see, I think the county's very well positioned as we move towards implementation of Family First. So as Corey said, I hope most of this presentation will be informative, but also ease some anxiety and some concerns that we've been hearing across counties. I think there's some myth busting we have to do and some clarification. So we'll just dig in, and as Corey said, please interrupt, ask questions. Just want to make sure this is meaningful for you and you're getting the level of information that's helpful to you. So Family First Prevention Services Act is the full name, and it's a federal law that passed in February of 2018. And really in Colorado, we've been planning, preparing, and talking about Family First ever since. So over 3 years now, which is hard to imagine. And so when folks said, what, we're not doing it yet, we're not officially in it yet, it's hard to believe, but as you'll see, many of these pieces, when I talk about implementation, it is a long-term, again, kind of systems transformation effort. It's not a light switch that one day you're in Family First, one day you're not, but rather a longer-term, more gradual shift to some of these things. So just starting with very broad in terms of the overall vision of Family First. Really, with Family First, it's about reorienting federal funding streams for child welfare. So how do, realigning what types of things are reimbursable with federal funds and what we want to incentivize with federal funds. So the first big piece of Family First is really about expanding access to evidence-based services and supports that are aimed at keeping families safely together. So for the first time ever, Title IV federal funding is available for reimbursement of prevention services. So historically, states could access Title IV funds after a child or youth was removed from their home, right? It's mainly used for maintenance payments for foster care and other things. But this was an attempt by the feds to acknowledge that really the work of child welfare is to prevent children and youth from having to be removed from their homes, to prevent further penetration into the system, and to really find a way to safely keep families together with the implementation of services and supports. And so the federal, again, this is a realignment of federal funding further upstream towards prevention. And in Colorado, I think we've been very lucky that many of the services that are eligible for these payments are already available, not to the greatest extent possible, but they are available in some areas of Colorado. We have the benefit of, for example, core services funding that has been used for several years to pay for these types of services. So this piece again is more about the opportunity of federal funding in this area of child welfare. The next piece is that when children and youth cannot grow up safely in their own home with their family, we want to ensure that they are in the least restrictive, most family-like setting. And so again, Family First incentivizes family-like settings and will no longer provide federal reimbursement for certain congregate care settings. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in terms of what we can continue to access federal 4E for and what we will no longer have access to come October 1st. And then the final piece is there will always be a segment of the child welfare population that needs a higher level of treatment. And so Family First creates a new level of care called Qualified Residential Treatment Programs, QRTPs, put several requirements around that level of care to say that when a child or youth needs a residential level of treatment, that there are safeguards in place to ensure that those placements are high quality, they're short term, and really the goal is to step down the child or youth to a family-like setting. So those are the big pieces, and we'll go through each of those here today, as well as how this may impact Clear Creek. So starting with prevention, again, Family First creates a new federal funding stream for prevention services. There are, of course, several requirements around those services. They need to be evidence-based, and we'll talk a little bit about what that means, as well as trauma-informed. When we say prevention here, and I think this is important because what I've learned is the term prevention is used quite broadly and has several different meanings depending who you're talking to. So in the case of Family First, prevention truly means we are preventing out-of-home placement of children and youth. So we are targeting families that are at high risk for out-of-home placement of their children or youth. And these services are really aimed at preventing out-of-home placement and keeping the family unit together. This is also, there was also a recognition by the feds that in the context of child welfare, it's typically not just the child or youth that needs services and support, but rather the family as a whole. So looking at family functioning. And so it opens up federal reimbursement for services, not only for the child and youth, but also for parents and for kin caregivers. And there is no income requirement around these funds. So as opposed to the placement side of things where there are income requirements, there are none for prevention. So truly, this is creating a new federal entitlement that as long as Colorado can show that a family is eligible for prevention services, and we'll talk a little bit about what that eligibility is, we have access to this reimbursement.
Yumiko, I've got a question real quick here. You mentioned that placement is means tested. Can you describe how it's means? I assume that means people above a certain income end up paying for the placement of their child.
I'm going to tag Corey for that one. Can you talk about the income requirements for other 4E?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So in child welfare funding, we are required to do an incomes, excuse me, what we call it 4E determination. And really what that is, it's set by the poverty rate. And if families are determined to be in that poverty rate, really, then if their children or youth are removed from their home, they're considered 4E, excuse me, 4E eligible, meaning that we draw down federal funds for those children because they would be eligible. If they are non-4E, we currently in Colorado require that child support then be collected for those children when they are not in that income bracket. Now, what I would also tell you is we do require child support to be collected on those 40 eligible children as well. But we usually defer that payment until after the children have either returned home, or in cases when termination happens, we probably do not collect that money. But that is why we draw down that federal funding to pay for those services that create the core block funding that you all get as you administer the child welfare services in the counties. Does that help answer your question? And then one other thing I would just say, is just to make note, and I just say this because again, quelching any rumors, regardless of Families First and regardless of anything else, child welfare is always charged with making sure that children are safe. So we want to provide services to children and families in their home when at all possible. But if there is a safety concern and a child or youth cannot remain in their home, then we will still do what we need to do in child welfare in regards to keeping kids safe. So I just like to mention that because I certainly have heard from folks across the state where they go, but this means you're never removing kids and they're going to be in danger and we're going to have children get hurt or die. And that is not the case at all. This is just an opportunity for us to be providing those prevention dollars way upstream so we don't get to that. But if it gets there, then absolutely child welfare will, to assure all of you, be doing what we need to do to make sure the children and youth are safe.
Is it safe to say that a reasonable summation of this is that it's just simply trying to add more nuance to the idea and the ways of keeping people safe and honestly healthy? It's part of health, family health and individual health and safety that it's kind of like with other forms of health that prevention's, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And,
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just like to assure people, because I think we've all heard that, oh my gosh, this means that child welfare is not going to make sure that kids are safe. No, just to your same point, if a doctor found a child is sick, they're going to do what they need to do. If child welfare feels that a child is unsafe, they're going to do what they need to do, just allowing us to access more federal funds.
And is it also true, and I'm hoping the answer is yes, that it's about, if you do have to do a removal, because there's different grades of how you look at risk and everything, that if you do that removal, an object is always still to return to that family setting as soon as can be found safe to do so through this program, that you'd be able to offer the funds to families to help triage their family setting, to be able to resume that at a reasonable pace, rather than see people removed for long periods of time. Is that also true? Is that part of what you try to do? Or?
Yes, that's exactly true. We are required by federal law to have what we call permanency hearings, and we're required in Colorado to have reviews every 90 days. And even more so, I think you guys in Clear Creek, because you're part of a dancer program that I can go into, but I'll do that at the end, where you have court hearings more quickly than regular cases. And when kids are out of home, the judge has to find at every one of those hearings that either it is still required for that child to be remaining out of the home because there's safety concerns, or that they are to be returned home and when, because there is no more safety concern. So absolutely, and child welfare is required to sort of prove that burden at every hearing to make sure that we're not keeping kids in care that we don't need to.
Thanks.
Sure.
Great questions. So just a little bit about in terms of which services and who are eligible for these Title IV prevention funds. Family First eligible services need to essentially fall into one of three buckets. They need to be related to mental health services, substance abuse prevention and treatment services, again for the child or the parents or kin caregivers, as well as in-home parenting skill support. There's two other categories. One is kinship navigator services support. Colorado is currently evaluating and piloting a kinship navigator program that we hope someday will meet all the various standards and requirements to be eligible for 4E reimbursement. And then the last one is this: when a child is placed with a parent who is residing in a licensed residential substance abuse treatment facility, they can access these Title IV funds as well. From what I understand, these types of facilities are few and far between in Colorado, but I think having this specifically called out in the Family First legislation has opened up conversation of what would it look like and what would it take to stand up these facilities and what is the need there. So those are the main categories. Family First created, so one of the big things that you'll hear about is Family First, these services need to be evidence-based. And that's another term that I think means very different things in different contexts. And Family First defines it, what evidence-based means, very clearly. They actually set up a brand new federal Title IV-E clearinghouse that is charged with reviewing all of the literature and research around services to determine whether they meet a certain threshold for evidence-based or not. And they rate certain practices as either promising, supported, or well supported. You don't need to worry too much about this, other than those are words you may hear related to Family First. Of course, it's a little bit tough to say whether if you know, typically how I think of evidence-based is if something is well supported, you think that that assures that you're going to get positive outcomes, best outcomes possible. And so those are the services you want to invest in. With Family First, it's a little bit different. These categories are referring to the rigor of the research that's done behind these services, not necessarily the extent of the impact that it's going to have. So we have really good partnerships with our universities and research folks throughout the state that are helping us tease out which services, even though they may have a lot of research, which services are beneficial to really moving the needle in terms of impacting children and families within the child welfare system. In terms of who is eligible to receive these services, you'll hear mention of a candidacy definition. So candidacy is referring to who can receive these services. In the federal law, it's quite broad. It says that it's for families where the child or youth is at serious risk of out-of-home placement, but with the provision of these prevention services, could stay at home with their family. States were allowed to further define candidacy and how it would be applied in their states. And Colorado chose to take a very, very broad, bold look at candidacy. And so our definition is currently being reviewed by the feds. And the reason we went broad is because we believe that that candidacy shouldn't be as narrow as once you're known to child welfare, right? We want to keep your family together, but rather we want to try to reach families before they even come in contact with child welfare. So they never have to be involved in a system in order to receive services. And so our definition is broad enough that it allows the provision of services even outside of the child welfare system and the ability to access 4E for those services. So an example I like to give that's not totally applicable for a number of reasons, but for example, some services like nurse family partnerships, which is available in all 64 counties in our state, a vast majority of the clientele of nurse family partnerships is not involved in child welfare. But it is considered a well-supported service and it is eligible for Title IV funds. So how is a state where the 98% or so of the clients who are receiving nurse family partnership, can we claim Title IV funding, which again will build kind of the pool of funds we have to continue reinvesting in prevention services, right? So that's kind of the vision, is how can we take advantage, so to speak, of these federal funds for services that are not even connected to the child welfare system. In terms of funding, so, and this is, I think, one of the myths we wanted to bust. So what it means is for services that are paid, we get for eligible services, and there's a whole bunch of requirements that I'm not going into here, but if we can show we're meeting all the various requirements of Family First, 4E agencies will receive 50% reimbursement for the cost of those services. CDHS, the Colorado Department of Human Services, is the 4E agency for the state. So what happens is when counties pay for services, right, through, we have that data through trails or other databases. As the state, we claim for those, and as a state, we can draw down 4E. What we're currently talking about is that 4E drawdown, if it's paid through by child welfare sources, will go back into the child welfare block. So what that means is, essentially is, the big counties, the metro area counties that have a lot of these services, if they're able to claim for those services, the whole state will benefit because the block will grow because of that. Now, there's also, there's several programs that are through the Office of Early Childhood, and that's in that in-home parenting category. There's a proposal on the table, there's actually legislation pending that would allow us to take all the drawdown from those early childhood programs, pool those funds into a prevention cash fund, and specifically use those funds to then reinvest in expanding these services statewide. So it's kind of a two-pronged approach. If it's through child welfare and you're using child welfare dollars, it grows the child welfare block for all counties. And if it's through the Office of Early Childhood, it goes into a shared pool to reinvest in services across the state. And there's still a lot of discussion to be had about how those decisions get made and what that strategy is. Any questions about that?
Yeah, so for the department, for the local department level,
yep,
our reimbursement is 50%.
So I think in the beginning, that's what a lot of us kind of assume that, right? So if Clear Creek purchases a service, Clear Creek gets reimbursed 50%. There is actually, because of Colorado's crazy funding and the fact that we're state administered or state supervised, county administered, and all these other factors, that's pretty impossible to do. To one-to-one reimburse each individual county for each individual service that they purchase. And so that's why the best solution we thought, and we've talked a lot with county directors about this, is that if Clear Creek purchases a service, the 50% reimbursement goes back into the child welfare block as a whole. So the whole pie grows, so to speak. Does that make sense?
So we don't get direct reimbursement.
Right.
It goes into the child welfare block, comes back to us based on, and I know we have a lot of robust conversations about how those blocks are shared.
Yep.
And then is the state adding anything from its general fund on top of that?
So in terms of funding, you will still, in terms of purchasing services, right? You still have, there's really no change there. You'll still have your core allocation, your child welfare block, and any other county funds to purchase services. So there's no new money. I mean, the new money is the reimbursement then that you get that continues to grow that allocation and then continues to grow this prevention fund.
Okay, thank you. And I think we have, it's a maintenance of effort. It's an amount that we put in. What's that percentage?
I don't know if I can speak to that, Corey.
Yeah, it's a whole, we call it our Child Welfare Allocation Committee, which we lovingly call the CWAC committee. There's a whole formula based on each county's population and number of service clients per child welfare per population. And I can certainly get you the formula from the CWAC committee. I'm happy to do that. But it is a whole formula that they take into account the population versus the number of children and youth that are served by child welfare in the population, and then sort of brings that out. And to Yumiko's point, that the one thing I would say is the general fund that you do get is that core fund. So you will still get that core. And I think as we expand services in Colorado, our hope is that the block that counties get, as more and more counties come on and are able to use those, we'll see that sort of trickle down into the block formula. And I know just from the CWAC conversation this week that they are planning and looking at, how will they continue to adjust that formula as we continue to change that sort of federal drawdown. And then the other thing that I would say is, one thing that has always been sort of a bit of an issue, right, is that we have counties who have services that maybe are not on that sort of continuum, and counties have been very worried about, well, but I have, this therapist that I work with in our county, and she's done great for child welfare clients in our county, but she doesn't use any of these specific interventions. So can we, would that prevent us? And that would not. You can still use that core funding or that child welfare block funding, which counties can use as they see fit to have those services. So I think the thing that I would also just jump in and say, and I'll get you the CWAC formula. It's crazy complicated. So I would hate to be somebody announcing that formula as a non-member of CWAC, but I will definitely get it to you. But one of those things is just how they're going to continue to readjust that formula as we continue to have these services come down, so we don't also prevent the loss of local services that are being used that maybe are not on the clearinghouse.
Okay, thank you.
And to that point, the last bullet point here, this is I think confusion that I've heard from some other counties. There is no requirement for any county or in fact any state to have these services. This is essentially, again, an entitlement fund. It's voluntary. States can choose whether or not they want to try to pull down these funds. So there's no requirement that Clear Creek has to have X number of family first. I think the interest is, again, that these are evidence-based, highly researched, effective services. And of course, we want any family, wherever they live, to have access to them if it makes sense, right? If it meets a need at the local level. And so in that sense, I think there's a lot of conversation about which of these services makes sense in different areas of the state that actually meets a need that we know is effective, and as a bonus, can draw down extra federal resources for those services. But as Corey said, in terms of the impact, I always try to say Family First is just one piece of the puzzle, right? We need to continue to look at a whole comprehensive array of services, whether they be locally designed or well-supported, highly researched services, and talk about what's the mix and diversity of services that are needed at the local level, and then find ways to blend and braid funding to make that happen. And Family First is simply one additional resource with various requirements attached to it. So there's no additional requirement to counties around this. And I think the nice thing, as the state starts pulling down 4E funding and building this pool, so to speak, of funding to reinvest in services, I think we'll have interesting conversations about where are the service gaps? What does Clear Creek want to bring to your county that you currently don't have the resources? And how can we strategically tap into some of these new resources to help make that happen? Right? So I think there'll be lots of great conversations to come about, again, how do we strategically keep reinvesting into prevention and expanding those services across the state. So I think next, Sarah, you were going to talk a little bit about prevention services in Clear Creek and what all this may mean for your county and add some local flavor to it.
Perfect. I just unmuted myself and the chickens are right outside my window, so loud. So I'm hoping it's not transmitting over through. Okay, good. So I know I talked about this a little bit last time that we presented on Family First, but the thing that I'm the most excited about is Dr. Gillingham, who I've talked about, who comes and does provides in-home trauma-based services for our families. I'm really hopeful that some of the services that she provides will qualify for these prevention funds. And even if that money doesn't come right back to the department, I still want to be part of like building up that general fund and hopefully then later building our own child welfare block money, the core money that the county gets. So hopefully when that list comes out of approved services for Clear Creek, she'll qualify. Some of the work she does will qualify and be on that list. But we also do a lot of outreach to families, like Yumiko was talking about, before we even get something that would fit criteria to open them up even for an assessment. So before they're even really known to the department, we have a prevention worker who's constantly just outreaching to families even before, honestly, a referral comes in. So if the school has concerns about a family, but it doesn't rise to the level of maybe making a referral, they can reach out to our prevention worker, and then she can reach out to families and talk about services in the county that they can participate in or take advantage of. And then obviously we still do the substance abuse evaluations and treatment under prevention, and have been doing that for a while now. I feel like a year and a half or maybe even longer, we've been doing that outreach. And then obviously the ability to contract with outside providers, which is one of the things I love about being in this smaller county, is we can really look at each family individually and assess what's the best fit for them and what do they need, and then work with providers on getting that for those families. And then I think I talked about this also at the last time we met, but I just learned that Savio will start providing MST to Clear Creek County. So just another treatment modality that's in home. And historically, they've not been too excited about traveling up to Clear Creek, but now I think really because of this, we're seeing different agencies get excited about, okay, how do we then market ourselves maybe to these smaller counties? So they are coming up now and doing work with our families, which I think is really exciting and I'm excited about.
Yeah, me too. Can you explain that acronym MST?
Yeah, it's just multi-systemic therapy. So it's really just looking at a family, not just like the kid is the focus. It's like this child is the problem, and we're going to focus on fixing this kid, but really looking at the whole picture and the entire family and the family system, and then providing the system with the support and intervention that they need. Is the quick and dirty.
Yeah, and MST is a well-supported service, a well-supported practice on the Family First Clearinghouse. It's gotten a lot of attention, but it's also a very expensive, quite intensive service. And as Sarah said, historically, right, it's been kind of focused on the metro area because you need a highly skilled workforce. There's a lot of in-home work that's being done. I think one of the great things about Family First too is it's prompted discussion. So, and I think the state is really pushing on providers to say, how could you, what types of adaptations could you make to the model that still would fall within, the evidence that could allow you to provide this service to a much broader geographic area. So there's a pilot study now happening about standing up a hybrid model of the MSP, for example, where a lot of this, almost half the support is provided virtually and the other half is in person, and that allows teams to cover a broader geographic area. So I think we're really trying to help support some of those innovative ideas from some of our larger providers that traditionally have stuck to the metro area to push them into more rural or smaller counties and figure out creative ways to deliver those services and achieve similar outcomes. And Sarah, we just had a little bit more on, in terms of how this applies to the juvenile justice population. In Colorado, we've had a specific juvenile justice work group that's been working on family first issues, because I think there was a realization that we need to make sure all these conversations are not just applying to kind of our DNN cases or traditional child welfare, but also juvenile justice crossover populations and the like. And so that work group is doing a lot of work to say there are several kind of touch points, if you will, or junctures in the juvenile justice system where a youth may very well be a candidate for 4U services and benefit from them. And so that group's done a lot of work, again, to kind of identify what are those opportunities with the same goal, right? So the youth doesn't continue to further penetrate the system, but if we can provide services earlier on, we could prevent some of that. So this slide is really just to say we are looking closely at how all of this applies to that population as well. And then Sarah, I think you had a couple things to say about that.
Yeah, and actually, I know I talked about this a little bit with the commissioners before, but can you just go back to that last slide? This is what I love about our judges, Judge Jones and Judge Schroedis. So historically, we wouldn't get referrals for these kids until somebody was looking at out-of-home placement, and then we would be asked to do a placement evaluation, or sometimes, I mean, rarely, but sometimes just in order to place a youth out of home. But now we're getting referrals right at the beginning stages. So sometimes even before that pretrial kind of conference or hearing, when charges are filed against a youth, and sometimes even then we're getting notice from the judge. Can you just open assessment and see what services this family might benefit from? So right at those very early stages, we're connecting with those families, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we're staying involved long-term, but just getting them connected with different community services, or even just with anyone that we're working with in prevention. So I'm hopeful that as time goes on and we keep working with our judges, that we won't be asked anymore really to do those placement evaluations, because we'll be very familiar with these youth, and hopefully then they won't need out-of-home placement. That's my hope. So I know the next slide just talks about the services that we do have, which is that MST through Savio, and then obviously GCMH, and then all those early intervention services that we had talked about earlier. So Dr. Gillingham, any substance abuse treatment, but then also just the ability to contract with outside providers to come and provide whatever is determined that family would most benefit from.
This is very, very helpful. I appreciate very much the level of clarity and information that you're bringing here, and also a transformation to something that is more proactive than reactive. And it seems like it has a little bit to do with breaking down at some level almost silos between different functions like judiciary and so forth, to be able to let them come in at a proactive level rather than reactive.
Yeah, and I would just jump in to just say, I so appreciate that. And to Sarah's point, we know our crossover youth, our youth that are juvenile justice and DNN involved, they tend to penetrate our system a lot deeper and tend to have a lot more services. So I love the fact that your judges are calling you guys early and really getting involved, because that really is where we do see the prevention, and we don't see those kids then wind up in the Department of Youth Services or in those higher level placements where we don't have as good outcomes for youth. So I just would say I really applaud that your community is doing that, because it's so critical. And we know when we have earlier intervention, especially with those juvenile justice youth, that we can prevent them from going downstream to that really intensive place of Department of Youth Services.
Well, prevention always works better in advance than afterwards.
Right.
A quick question, and this is a little bit of an aside. I'm just curious, as we're talking about involvement in the justice system, where do concepts like restorative justice fit on this map? Do they fit in this conversation? Is that a separate conversation?
No, I think this is exactly that conversation that we, again, trying to get to those youth ahead of time and early, before we're sort of getting down to that road. Colorado is a little bit different, so our federal partners sometimes give us like what are you doing? Because in most other states, juvenile justice youth don't come to sort of the Department of Human Services. They are housed by themselves outside of that. So we have really pushed our federal partners to say, how are you going to help us do this with our juvenile justice youth? Because we in Colorado are charged with serving them. And to some of the services that we're looking at statewide, especially with those juvenile justice, one of the things I would say is MST has proven really, really effective with juvenile justice youth when you can get in and do that intensive work. And with COVID and all of the changes that we've made, we're really hopeful that pilot is going to take us sort of to that different place of being able to get in, into families' homes and get in and do interventions with them prior to getting to that high level, and really getting into some of that restorative justice with youth about how those behaviors or those delinquent actions cause sort of what that causes on the back end to really get there. So we're really hopeful. I will just give you the heads up though, that Colorado, because we are one of very few states that serve juvenile justice in the child welfare system, our federal partners are on board and helping us, but definitely something that they're like, okay, we got to figure this out with you a little bit more in regards to those older youth. And luckily we have great federal partners who have really been able to do that. And some other states that are doing that have shared their information with us.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to turn to the second part of the act, and just keeping in mind the time, which is now focused on children and youth who cannot safely remain at home. right? And require out-of-home placement. So there's quite a few changes on this end of things as well. Namely, Title IV-E reimbursement. So currently we receive Title IV-E reimbursement for out-of-home placements. The feds with Family First are putting restrictions around what types of placements we will now receive federal funding for. And that's going to be for family foster homes, for certified kin, and a new type of placement that was created by Family First called QRTPs, Qualified Residential Treatment Programs. In addition, they've created what we refer to as carve-out populations, so certain specialized populations, youth who are at risk or survivors of human trafficking, prenatal, postpartum, or parenting youth, and those over 18 who are living independently, that will also be available if they're in out-of-home placement for 4E. What's missing from this list is historically what we refer to as congregate care in Colorado, group homes, group centers, and residential childcare facilities, RCCFs. Those settings will no longer receive any federal reimbursement starting October 1st. So that's a big shift. And so what's happening is most of our RCCFs right now are trying to make the transition to these QRTPs. Many of our group homes and group centers are looking at, for example, shifting to become treatment or therapeutic foster homes, or potentially serving one of these specialized populations. But we're really working closely with our provider community to shift to one of these Family First eligible settings. A, because we think it's good for kids and youth, but also because we want to be in alignment with the federal law. I want to be clear that while we're going to do everything we can to have as many Family First eligible settings as we can by October 1st, we know that there will likely be a transition period. So in the case that, for example, you have a youth who does not qualify for QRTP, and I'll talk a little bit about that. There's new restrictions around being able to access this higher level of care. If a youth doesn't qualify for QRTP, and for whatever reason, the only option is to place in an RCCF or group home or group center, right, in the short term, we will not receive federal reimbursement for that placement. However, as a county, you will continue to receive 80% reimbursement as you do now. The difference is that in the past, 50% of the state's reimbursement was federal funding. It was the 4E funding. And so now if the state reimburses a county 80%, it's all state funding and not federal funding. And so again, if we look at the whole, right, I think one of the fears from counties was that they would have to cover those placements with county-only dollars. That's not the case. You will still be reimbursed. But similar to prevention service, where we were growing the pie, the 80% from the state is actually coming out of the block. So the more counties that continue to place in non-Family First eligible settings, the more the block will shrink, right? So just how we want to grow the pie with prevention, we want to prevent any shrinking of the pie on the placement side. And so you're not in danger. I think we heard lots of statements from some smaller counties saying one placement could totally wipe out a county's child welfare budget, right? It's so expensive. That's not going to happen. But as a state, if we don't build up enough capacity in Family First eligible settings such that counties don't have the options they need to place in those settings, if we continue to use non-Family First eligible settings, the block as a whole will suffer. Sarah, I think you were going to give a few stats in terms of Clear Creek and placement.
And maybe just to kind of go back to what you had said about placement in these higher level care kind of programs. I obviously, for funding reasons, want our county to really be careful when we're making a referral to those placements. But even outside of that, we've really shifted the way that we think about these placements and are really, really conscious about outcomes for kids who end up in these types of programs in congregate care, And so it's really rare that any of our youth will end up in congregate care. It's sometimes just inevitable, and some kids just need that high level of care. But I am hopeful that Clear Creek won't be one of the counties really draining the system, like draining that funding, because it's just not something that we as a whole kind of support. But it's sometimes inevitable. I mean, sometimes it's just inevitable. And so I don't want to take away from that. And sometimes it just needs to happen in order for a youth to be safe and get the interventions that they need. But I'm really not worried about the impact that our county will have on the bigger kind of picture budget, because we just don't do a lot of those placements. And then just overall, if you see our numbers, really of the families and the youth that we have contact with, such a small percentage end up in out-of-home placement. So 0.7% out-of-home placement. And I think the state average for this same time period was 1% or just a little over 1%. So it's very rare anyway that we're placing youth in out-of-home placements.
How many, can you go back to that last slide?
Yep.
I'm looking at, 19 to 21 over a 3-year period. Okay.
And I just chose that time period because we started far even before that, but I wanted to give us a little bit of a cushioning. So I feel like and I know we talked about, I won't go into DR and FAR, but when we kind of shifted the way that we do assessments and engage with families, I feel like it impacted out-of-home placement and it impacted our relationship with families in the community. So that's kind of why I looked at that time frame.
And I was kind of looking at a different thing. I was looking at I didn't see the 3-year time frame at the top at first. I was looking at 382 kids, which is 4% of our total population. So I'm guessing it's more like, 15% of the population of children that exist here within that age range. And it suddenly struck me as a gigantic number of, a gigantic portion of our juvenile community, our citizens that have been that have experienced even referrals in that period of time. 3 years is a little more reasonable. It strikes less terror into my heart.
I have a follow-on question about Randy's question. That 382, are those unique kids, or is it possible that some kids got referred more than once?
It's possible that some were referred more than once. I think it's very possible that some were referred more than once.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Yeah, and I just was looking at the wording of that first bullet point. 382 children were involved in referrals, so I assumed that those were unique children from the wording. So, thanks.
Sarah, obviously we're very interested in these stats, and I would love to see. I know you said 1% is the state average in out-of-home placements. I'd be really interested to know how just the number of referrals compares. Or just all of these stats compare, but that's not necessarily a question that can be answered right now. A different question that maybe we can answer right now is, I think I heard you say, or a way to say it a little differently is that our statistics have improved during this period over what we had historically. Is that the case?
I feel like, yes, that overall, when we shifted from just doing the high risk assessments to really being able to look at engaging families through the DR, the differential response. So being able to call families and—
Sorry, we can see your screen. Yumiko, we can see your screen. Sorry, I just wanted you to know before I started typing. Sorry, Sarah, I did not mean to.
Oh, that's okay. So sorry, I think just the way that we're engaging families now is a little bit different. And so I do feel like it's impacted just overall numbers. But I could really go back and compare before and after, before DR and after implementing it to really get better numbers for you. If you're interested in doing that, George, I love pulling that off from. I'm a little bit of a dork in that way. So I'm happy to pull those and email them to you if you want to see.
I'd be interested in that as well. I mean, that's why I brought it up. The statistics are this, we're seeing some really good information here, and having it, understanding it, getting it in context better. For example, the unit, how many referrals, but then how many kids does that mean to, and over what period of time would be helpful just to not that allows me to micromanage anything going on, but just to have a better understanding of what's going on in our community.
Yeah.
One question I had is from a ways back in the presentation. You mentioned foster homes, and I remember hearing, boy, this is probably 2 years ago, that at the time we had 0 foster homes available in Clear Creek County. Could you give me a status on where we're at now, and if you perceive that to be a problem, and if so, if there's anything that this board can do to be a resource?
So we're definitely engaging the community in recruiting foster homes. So we have 3 right now that are almost done. So 3 families with no like investment in a particular youth that they want placed with them that are almost done with the licensing to be a licensed foster home. But honestly, our push more when we do have to remove a kid is really looking at kinship providers. So I agree, it would be great to have foster care in the community, but when we do have to do a removal, we're first really looking at kinship providers, whether it's biological or I don't think the Department of Humans or Colorado Department of Human Services calls it psychological kin, but that's just how I know it in my head. So any family members that these kids even consider family, we look at those. So I know it's in a couple of slides, but when we looked at out-of-home placement from 2017 to 2021, almost 50% of our kids end up with kinship providers. So that's really where we continue to push in those moments where we can't maintain kids safely in their home. But I agree, for those other kids, it would be great if we could keep them in the community. So that's why we are putting efforts into recruiting.
Thanks. And when you talk about kinship, does this sometimes involve communities in other states or places that are pretty far away from Clear Creek?
I mean, we can't place out of state. There's a whole process to place out of state, but sometimes some of those youth do go to like the metro area if that's where a family member is, but there's a lot of protections in place to make sure they can continue, if it's in their best interest, to still attend school in Clear Creek.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing for me to try to understand better is out of community kinship better than in community foster care? And I'm like not suggesting that I know the answer to that.
I can definitely speak to that if you'd like. I mean, what I would say is the federal government really does tell us that we are charged with keeping kids with families, and that includes keeping them with kin. But to your point, you know, with some of our older youth, it is more imperative that they stay with their community because they have those connections. So it really is a case-by-case basis. But I would say for those younger kids, we do try and really push to stay with family when at all possible. I mean, for all kids, but at all possible. But with older kids, when they have connections with their communities, we really do try and guide child welfare around what does that look like. And part of the reason that we have those educational stability laws is to make sure that kids, you know, we know that kids do well when they get to stay in their same schools and have those connections. So part of the reason we have those educational stability laws is to make sure they're connected and staying in the schools that they're connected to with their elders. And then the other thing I would also just add is every hearing, the judge has to find that this is the least restrictive placement for this youth or this child or youth. So really and we just passed statute in 2019 that was called the Permanent Home Statute, which requires the judge to ask at every hearing, is this child in a permanent home and what are you doing to get them in a permanent home, to really make sure that we're getting there. So to your point, I think it's critical, and I think we guide practice around sort of making those decisions. Really for youngers, we have found in the research that it is better for them to be with kid. And then as they get older, really looking at their connections to their communities. And we also, go ahead.
About kin, I mean, thinking of my own family situation, there's some of my kin I probably wouldn't want to put my kids or your kids or anybody's kids with. Like, what kind of safety precautions? I know, like foster care, it's extremely, you were extremely diligent to vet the family. What sort of similar process happens to make sure you're not putting a kid into another suboptimal situation?
Sure. So we require through Colorado statute to complete background checks on all kin placements. So that background check includes what's called an NCIC, which I'm sure you're familiar with, sort of the criminal check. It's a Colorado courts check, which is our local courts, sex offender check, and a trails check, which is the child welfare system. We also require within 5 days that they get fingerprinted to make sure that we are making sure that is, an appropriate person. And then also they're required to do home visits, not only when that child is placed with them, but on a continuous basis. And the other thing that I would let you know is we also really do try and push counties to provide those kin placements with resources. So that kinship navigator grant that we talked about, to make sure that we're not just, sort of plopping the kid at grandma and grandpa's and saying good luck, goodbye, but we're actually following up and making sure. And then there are certain criminal acts that prevent a person from being a placement, obviously. So any crimes against a person or anything like that does prevent that person from being in placement, unless a court orders that placement or the county director does override that. And I know Sarah pretty well. I could guarantee she's probably not overriding most of those. And really that provision is only for the example that I give of I'm a grandmother and I've been taking care of my grandkids for 12 years. And back in 1972, when I was young and wild and I did something that was a crime against a person, but I haven't had anything since then, that's something that a judge could take into consideration to prevent disruption of a child from a placement. So that's just the one exception. But yes, to your point, we really do, and we do audits on those checks on a regular basis on all 64 counties to make sure they're being done.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that background.
Sure.
Yeah, and I apologize to everybody. I should have done a time check about 10 minutes ago. This is going to feel rather abrupt, but we have an 11 o'clock and it is 11 o'clock. Sarah, can I trust you to kind of just know where we were, and the next time this gets in front of us to pick back up?
That you can trust me with, yes.
Okay, excellent. And Yumiko and Corey, thank you very much for coming. I know I've learned a lot. There's a lot of learning involved for the board to be able to really engage in this in a good way. So I appreciate your patience.
Great. And thank you so much for your engagement. Wonderful questions. This was really enjoyable. So absolutely. And Sarah, let us know if it would be helpful to come back and finish out. We'd be happy to do that as well. But I think we got through most of the big pieces today. So,
Thanks again.
thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate being able to join you.
Thank you, guys. I know you're so busy. Thank you, commissioners, for letting us come. And Corey and Mika, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great.
Yes. Okay. Well, thanks again. And next on our agenda is our 11 o'clock COVID-19 update. Dr. Ryan, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Let's start with the numbers. Nationally, we are at 31.7, almost 0.8 million confirmed cases across the US. The average daily number of new cases continues to climb. The number of new cases is at about 67,000 plus as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations continue to be high and have remained flat over the last week, although this is a lagging indicator. Fatalities, 567,000 Americans are now dead. Current rate is at 753 plus per day as a 7-day average for fatalities. Test positivity across the country is 5.1% as an average. Major contributing factors, the B117 variant is the number one factor, lowering of mandates across states, social gatherings, traveling, and now added to the list, vaccine hesitancy. Here in Colorado, the current number of daily cases has doubled over the last 5 weeks. We are now in excess of 1,759 cases per day as a 7-day average. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is now at 355 per 100,000 for the state. Hospitalizations, they have increased across the state over the last week. Currently, 33% of ICU ventilators are in use. That's an increase of 2%, I believe. From last week, 2% of hospitals anticipating ICU bed shortage within the next week. Facilities anticipating staff shortage is at 9%. Currently, there are 568 individuals currently hospitalized for confirmed cases of COVID in the state of Colorado. Significant jump in the last couple of weeks. Test positivity rate across the state is at 5.75 as a 7-day average. Major contributing factors, B117 variant, lack of mask wearing, social gatherings, travel, and vaccine hesitancy. Vaccine update here in the state. We continue to distribute the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine. Johnson & Johnson still on pause until we hear back from the CDC. Currently, there have been 2.366 million individuals vaccinated with at least one dose, and 1.489 million people who are fully immunized across the state. Here in Clear Creek County, the case count over the last 7 days has been 9 cases, confirmed cases. We have several others, I believe 2 or 3 or 4 that are suspect. So 9 confirmed, 19 total in the last 2 weeks for a sum total of 430 to date. Hospitalizations is at 21, fatalities is at 3. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is now at 195 per 100,000. Our 2-week test positivity rate at 4.9%. Major contributing factors to the spread: social gatherings, lack of mask wearing, travel. Testing updates. Testing today was canceled by COVID Check Colorado. We had no control over that. They saw the weather and the snow and canceled. We're continuing to test at the jail and at the school, teachers and students. Vaccine update here in the county. We currently, for folks who have had 1 dose or more, we're at 31.1% of the eligible population. Fully immunized, we are at 22.6% of the eligible population. That's all for the numbers. As I said, we're continuing to roll out the Moderna vaccine. We have a clinic tomorrow. We have sent out a phone message to all landlines in the county, as well as we're sending out a postcard and putting out flyers. We now have have had for the last several weeks, the Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 manned phone if you need help registering to get a vaccine. Any questions on that so far?
One, I noticed that when you look at the national trend and you look at what's contributing to case counts, that lowering of mandates, social gatherings, travel, et cetera. And I notice we see this part of the same things below, but not lowering of mandates. I suppose that that's because at the state level, there hasn't been enough time to anticipate or determine any change from lowering of mandates, because that's happening as we speak or just so recently. And of course, in Clear Creek, we're still the same, so that wouldn't be a factor. Is that correct?
Yeah, all that I would agree with. In addition, we were on an upward slope before any mandates were lessened. So we've been on that trajectory for 4 or 5 weeks now. So. All right. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any questions about the data. Maybe you could talk a little bit about how the vaccine registration process has been changed to make it, easier for our folks to get vaccines.
Sure. It's fundamentally the same as it has been with a few tweaks. As I said, the phone line that we have has been up for several weeks now with a staffed person Monday through Friday from 8 to 4:30. Individuals can call that line. If they don't get through to somebody, please leave your name and phone number, obviously, and we'll call you back as they might be on the line. And or go to our website and our Public County Health website, and on there is the link. It's clearcreekvaccines.com. Click on that and you're basically pre-registering. You are registering yourself to get a scheduling email when we have clinics available. So for instance, I put in my name, email address, phone number. I hit Clear Creek County is where I live, hit send. Then you will receive an email from PrepMod, which basically says, hey, Timothy Ryan, we have a clinic next Wednesday. Please pick a time and location. In our case, it's predominantly Dumont. and then you select your time and date, and then that's it. You literally, that's all you need to do. Print out your form, and or when you arrive, fill out the form on site. And that form we use to enter you into the broader state system. So it couldn't be any simpler. Either phone us or go online and fill out the pre-registration form, for which you will then get a scheduling email. Pretty straightforward. The process has been fundamentally the same. We've just made a few tweaks. You can also click on the pre-registration form if you want us to call you back and literally walk you through the steps if you can't do that on your own.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that that's will be a welcome change, knowing that, you know, not everybody checks their email every day. And I've heard from people that, you know, they get an email and they don't see it for a couple of days and they miss the appointment. And, you know, so I think that's going to be a great service. I think you said Clear Creek Vaccines, just really quickly, that is Clear Creek Vaccine without the S.com.
Correct.
And then the phone number that people can call is 303-670-7528. And Dr. Ryan, is it possible at this point for a person who maybe doesn't have internet access at home or just doesn't have familiarity, comfort with these systems to do the entire process over the phone? Can they call and say, yeah, call me when there's an appointment, and then get a phone call and have that appointment be scheduled entirely over the phone?
Yes, we can certainly work with folks. It's not ideal that everybody falls into that category, but we can work with folks who need that level of process to walk through it, to get them registered, get them scheduled. And if you do need assistance getting to the clinic, if you do need a ride, also you can let us know that, and we can help to arrange transportation in one form or another to get you to the clinic.
Okay, right. So, and that makes sense. So the most efficient for you, the person who wants a vaccine, and for us, the people who are doing this, is to use email and commit to checking your email regularly. As a backup, a less efficient backup for everyone involved, we can do phone only option.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know, Sean, you popped in. You might have something to say.
Nope. Keep up the good work.
So in addition to that, yesterday we sent out a message via the non-emergency phone system that we have now in the county. So anyone with a landline that is registered in Clear Creek County would have received a message yesterday. I know I got one on my work phone. Basically stating what you just stated, our website and pre-registration form, as well as the phone number folks can call. That message will also go out in a postcard to all of the registered homes in Clear Creek County. In addition to that, we are putting up flyers every location that Clear Creek County residents predominantly visit, and not our lovely tourists who come through. So it would be, for instance, at the Dollar General store in Georgetown rather than the Circle K, just as a number and sheer volume of folks who go through there. So those flyers will be going up here shortly in the next several days. And we'll continue to roll this out as best we can. Would also please call on everyone, please get a hold of your neighbors and friends and relatives, those that you like and speak to. Get a hold of them, let them know of the process. The word of mouth seems to spread like wildfire in Clear Creek on most other subjects. I'm sure if I spread a rumor that I had something wrong with me and they need to visit www.clearcreekcountyvaccine.com to get the rumor and the facts on the rumor, that might get them there quicker. I don't know.
I would point out that I think there's some, I think word of mouth especially feels like it spreads very quickly among the people with whom we talk, who are the ones who are engaged. And I think they still represent maybe not as large a population as we would wish, but I think, not that I'm criticizing the idea that it's, you know, that it's all the tools in the bag, including that one, including word of mouth. So I'm not criticizing your emphasis of that at all. Within the people that I talk to, I notice that they talk to me a lot. The others, I'm not so sure about. So,
yeah, and I think it's going to take a combination of all of these things. Not any one singular of them are going to be completely effective for everybody. Right. And this is why we're trying to take the multi-pronged approach. I also want to acknowledge that Commissioner Wheelock has offered, as have others, to help us. And in the process. And what we've tried to do is really address the low-hanging fruit, those who are more than willing and wanting to get the vaccine. And then this next sort of iteration of reaching out in a number of different ways. But that last sort of 20 to 30% of the population, I think we're going to have to dig deep and get individuals like Randy to help with that, to reach out to folks, set up a phone bank or whatever we need to do to reach out to individuals to get them signed up and get them in.
And I think it might have been on my end because I saw there was an unstable connection, but did anyone else, just as you began laying out all this really important information, you dropped out on my side for a few seconds. Did anyone else experience that? Good. I thought it's fortuitous time or non-fortuitous timing when you start to give out the critical information and then you go mute.
No, my point, Randy, was we're going to, this iteration, the postcard, the phone call, the flyers is sort of that next effort. And then in several weeks, whether that bears fruit or not and how much fruit that bears, we're going to then dig into the suggestion that you and others have made around contacting people directly, reaching out to folks that haven't yet had the opportunity to get a vaccine, and making sure that they get signed up.
Thanks.
Hey, Tim. I've been reading some interesting thing about blood clotting, and one thing I saw, I believe, was that COVID itself can cause blood clotting. Do you have an update on where the kind of national conversation is going with respect to the J&J vaccine? I think at the beginning it looked like, oh, hey, this is going to be a couple days, and then now we're looking at a different story.
Yeah, so from my perspective, as the FDA and the CDC put a pause on the J&J, their first intent was to make sure that there was not additional data out there, meaning county health departments hadn't sent it in, or state health departments hadn't sent it in yet, and making sure that they had a complete set of data to then analyze that. The data that they have so far, and I haven't heard any updates on it, where is still contained to those 6 cases, which is incredibly rare, 6 out of 7 million plus doses. So I don't know when we might anticipate, hopefully, and I heard Dr. Fauci say the other day that he believes by Friday we should have some indication, Friday of this week, some indication of where this is going to go. It very well may be the case that they determine it's an incredibly rare occurrence normally, and it's incredibly rare in this instance, and then provide some guidance for us as the distributors of these vaccines to say to, for instance, women who are 18 to 48, please be aware of these symptoms. If you have any of these symptoms, please contact your medical provider as soon as possible. And that sort of guidance is probably where this is headed. And then we will start distributing the J&J vaccine as soon as we get that clearance. But my understanding is that by the end of the week, we may hear that. My crystal ball, as I said, is long since gone. So I'll wait till Friday. If we don't hear back, then, we can't really move until CDPHE gives us the green light, and they're waiting to hear back from CDC.
Thank you. And then I guess my second part of the question is, what is the supply of non-J&G? Well, actually, for us, it's just Moderna. And then is there any other vaccine candidates that are on the horizon that might make the supply situation picture look a little better?
Well, several things. Here in Clark Creek County, we do have the Moderna vaccine. We do also have Pfizer through the Safeway Pharmacy in Idaho Springs and the Walmart Pharmacy in Evergreen. Both now have Pfizer vaccines. We are not a part of their distribution. You have to go straight through either Walmart or Safeway system. It's similar to ours. You go on and register and set up your appointment. So Pfizer is available for folks who are 16, 17 years of age. As far as an uptick in that, last week we were told that those numbers are going to be relatively steady, in that the state's going to be receiving around 400,000 or so of those doses in combination. That's on top of what the pharmacies are receiving directly from the federal government. That's a completely separate program, if you will. So the state has significant number of vaccines coming into it on a weekly basis. And the J&J pause, it couldn't have been better timed, in my opinion, primarily because J&J hasn't gotten their manufacturing down yet. So there wasn't a lot of huge supply of J&J to begin with. Like last week, for instance, the state only received 9,000 total doses. So we're not sitting on a huge stockpile of it. And hopefully by the time this whole thing gets sorted out, their manufacturing will be up and running and we can anticipate 100,000 or so doses on a weekly basis from them.
And is J&J continuing to stockpile? I mean, they continue, I imagine they must be continuing to make and so there potentially be a catch-up phenomenon that happens when the.
Yeah, to my point, hopefully the supply is ramped up enough by the time they get cleared again, and we will have a significant supply coming into the state. So we currently have over 600 doses of J&J, Clear Creek, that we're basically sitting on waiting for the clearance. And then we do have a clinic, and I don't know the number of folks who've registered for tomorrow's clinic, but we did send out 400 plus emails to pre-registered individuals, and response was quite slow. We do know that folks are getting vaccinated other places. A little bit of a data update. We finally connected. It's a miracle. We finally connected with the state, and we do now have access to data. Although in the process of validating some of that data, we found some missing data. We just picked random individuals that we are positive got vaccinated. And so I'm not going to mention any names, but they weren't in there. So there's a clear disconnect between the state system, and the data that we're now able to pull out of there. So we do have 2 meetings today, one at noon and one at 2 with the state to really understand where the disconnect is, why we're not getting data transferred from one data set to another. And hopefully it will improve our numbers in terms of those who have been vaccinated.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I did get a brief, just out of curiosity, an employee at CDPHE ran our numbers. We have vaccinated folks from 29 different counties in Clear Creek County. Where I was told we're not too dissimilar from most counties, right? A lot of those counties are just 2 or 3 people. And if you include folks who work at Loveland Ski Resort as an example, most of those folks don't live in Clear Creek County. They come from other counties in the state. Right. So they're attributing 2 or 3 individuals from Routt County, for example, who have come here to work but don't actually live here full time. So,
right, most of our workforce is or half or so in that range or better almost comes in from out of county anyway, and then a lot of the vaccinations are done based on where you work in certain areas. And one thing I would notice, and it's something I mentioned it in the conversation this morning, Tim, was that when we were talking about people who were in the county who weren't showing up that you knew had been vaccinated, and you mentioned general areas where they lived, it seemed like what the examples I heard were Evergreen area. And I know there's been an issue in times in the past in other areas besides this, where the fact that a lot of the folks on the east end of the county have an 80439. Well, when you get over where Sean is, virtually everyone 80439 or 80437 zip code. And that's caused everywhere from change of address services to everything to show them up as Jeffco residents, because the post office that 80439 comes out of is Jeffco. And I've run into that a bunch in the past. So it could be that that's part of that aberration, at least, is from that. And I don't know how they can track that, find out, other than comparing street addresses. And I don't know that they even have them,
Well, and that, Randy, that's a great point. Yeah, I did look specifically at Evergreen, and we only had 75 individuals registered in Evergreen as having been vaccinated, which I instantly thought was way lower than it probably actually is. And then looked up a certain individual who I know lives in Evergreen in Clear Creek County, and that individual was not on the data set. So I have also touched base with the 2 other individuals directly. They both live in Clear Creek County for all intents and purposes, but we're not on that list as well. So that's one of the topics of conversation I'm going to have with the state to understand why that is and how we might rectify that to make sure that we're capturing all those folks in the East End who live in Evergreen, but are in Clear Creek County proper, and make sure they're counted on our numbers and not on Jeffco.
When they put down their address as especially when they put down their address as PO Box whatever 80437, they're
Right.
going to show up as a Jeffco resident if there's no other identifier that can tag them into Clear Creek.
Right.
That'll happen
Exactly.
every time.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into the weeds this afternoon and really try to understand if that is in fact the case, and where the disconnect is between the system we're entering the data into initially and what we're now seeing on the other end, and it's not a one-for-one, which is a problem.
I have a quick question about booster shots. What are we hearing along those lines? And the reason I bring it up is I know our vaccination started in, I believe, the end of December, if not early January. So
Yep.
This commentary about them lasting 6 months, we're about to start running up against that 6 months. I'm just curious to know, like, people are wondering, hey, am I going to need to get a booster shot?
Sure.
Does it protect us against the variants? You know, those are the kind of questions that I'm hearing out there.
Yeah, fair question. So the notion that it only lasts 6 months, unfortunately, that's a reporting by the study and then interpreted by the news agencies. What they said was, so far to date, in their study of the individuals who've been vaccinated, we've had 6 months of data that we can conclusively say at the end of that 6 months, they still have a robust antibody response. What you're going to hear in the subsequent months coming up is, in 9 months, they're going to say at 9 months, we have significant data and significant indication that there is a robust antibody response, right? The 6 months isn't the end date. That's what the data they've analyzed and have presented. And they're continuing, obviously, to study folks as they move forward. The likelihood of us needing a booster shot or an additional vaccine, just like the flu, in the sense that you get a flu vaccine every year, it might be possible that you either A, get a booster because the vaccine that currently you have is still working, but they want to take you back up to that level of protection, and or it may, and I know Pfizer and Moderna are deep into this, they are making changes to the vaccine so that it can accommodate the variant, UK variant, Brazilian variant, et cetera, and making sure that it covers that as an umbrella level of protection. So as new variants come up, and this is, again, the challenge when our case counts are so high, the probability of a new variant arriving soon it goes up exponentially the more we have cases in the 70 to 80,000 range. So it's possible that by the end of this year, to your point, Sean, yes, we did receive vaccines back in December. I among them might need another shot this December coming up, if not a few months before that. We will see, time will tell. Again, my crystal ball is no longer. So we'll see in the coming months, but it probably won't be too dissimilar from what we see with the flu.
So related question, someone who actually is a COVID survivor, is it accurate that that person potentially only needs one vaccination from Moderna or Pfizer? I was speaking to someone I know well who did have COVID in November, and she reacted pretty negatively to the one vaccine that she got, which I guess sort of indicates there may be an antibody response there, right?
Yeah, if you have a significant, and it doesn't mean if you don't have a significant response, meaning you don't have a fever and chills and body ache, that does not indicate you do not have an antibody response. Everyone is unique, right? Everyone has a different response, and there is no one size fits all. Having said that, I personally would recommend, even if you've had COVID, for instance, months ago, to get the full regimen of a vaccine that is offered. So if it's J&J, obviously it's one and done. If it's Pfizer, Moderna, then I would get the recommended dosage of both of those in a 2-shot series. To answer your question, I don't know of any additional vaccines that have yet submitted approval to the FDA. I do know that Pfizer has submitted a couple weeks ago now to lower their age down to 12 years old. That study from 12 to 16 is done. It's now in the FDA and CDC's hands. They're looking at the data and hopefully will quickly draw conclusions and then recommend that that vaccine can be given out down to 12-year-olds. So that's as far as any additional updates on vaccines and availability of vaccines to the population. The younger folks, unfortunately, under 12, are going to need to wait until probably the beginning of next year. Those clinical trials are not yet done. And as we know, it takes several months after they're done to analyze the data.
Okay, thanks so much.
I just want to say that I know we're running out of time, but I didn't want to let it slip by that I really appreciate the work that you put into. I think probably the most important thing coming out of this today is the what I'll call the widening of the net of outreach to our citizens, and also at the same time, its more surgical nature that that you've been able to do with direct individual outreach. So thanks to both you and your staff, and also to Commissioner Marlin, because I know he pitched in on the work on that to help meet and brainstorm some of that out. So I appreciate all the work that all of you have done to help make that happen.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I know we're over time, but I want to just do a quick screen share. I just want to show people what this form looks like. I have an agenda. I want everybody to understand how easy and free, just how free and easy it is to get vaccinated in Clear Creek County. So this is clearcreekvaccine.com. You can get here on your mobile phone. This is the phone number that you can call. It's 303-670-7528. We have greatly increased staffing at the phone bank so that you can get a return call and all of that. The form has 6 questions. And then you'll get an email and you can respond to that email to register. You can also click this box if you need someone to give you a call when they're ready to schedule an appointment for you. So it's free, it's easy, it works on your cell phone. And Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if I was to call a friend and they were to tell me, hey, I just don't have internet access right now, I could say, hey, let me fill this form out for you. And that would be just fine, right?
Yeah, that would be fine. One thing I would recommend is if folks don't have, and I know this is hard to believe, but there are people out there who don't have an email address. If I had the choice, I wouldn't have one either. But if you don't have an email address, I would recommend just calling the phone number directly. That way, obviously you can't fill out the form if you don't have an email address. So call the number directly. If you don't get through to Jennifer, just leave your phone number and she will return your call and get back to you and get you scheduled via phone. That way, if you do have unstable internet or no internet at all, or email address for that matter, we can accommodate pretty much anybody.
So is my understanding that if you don't have internet access, you just look it up online and get the phone number and call instead?
No, Randy. We have on the postcard that we are sending out. It's on there. It's also on a pull tab on the flyers that we're putting everywhere throughout the county. There's a pull tab number on there. If you do know someone, friend or neighbor who doesn't have internet and you see those signs, pull a tab and give it to them and have them call us and we'll go from there. We've also done several dozen home visits where we've literally gone to people's homes that are immobile or can't get out and gone and done the vaccine there in their home. So if you do know of anyone in that situation, please let us know and we will make every effort to get out to them directly in their home and address it there.
And thanks, I'm completely aware of the postcard that you sent out. That was only a joke, that I was realizing that if you didn't have internet access, you could get the phone number online and just call.
Exactly.
Okay, excellent. Well, should we shift gears here? And we, in my mind, have been sitting as the Board of Health. Of course, it's the Board of Health that is primarily charged with dealing with COVID. That in Clear Creek is the Board of County Commissioners. We are now formally sitting as the Board of Health. And I think the first thing that I want to do is, Tim, I think I heard you say you have a meeting at noon. And I think we're scheduled for this session for the next hour. However, if you have to drop off, and I suggest if you have a meeting with the state to talk about vaccine data, that you prioritize that. Should we go ahead and try to just commit to ending this at noon today so that you can attend your meeting?
I vote yes. That gives us a little lunch. I guess we already have a lunch in there, but.
That's fine. All right, let's get to it.
Okay. So go ahead.
Or an executive session, either one, so whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So I asked for us to consider this. We have two resolutions in front of us. One of them is essentially adopting Jefferson County's capacity restrictions. And so what we're doing is we're discussing here capacity restrictions and how we'll move forward. Everybody might have seen last week that we, to maintain the status quo, said we're in blue and we're going to stay in blue until further notice. That same day, Jefferson County passed a order that redefined blue, a looser blue than we're in, and stated that on May 15th, they will be moving to clear. Clear is a level that hasn't existed on the state style. It is what it sounds like. My understanding is that it is basically zero capacity restrictions. It does allow for a mask order to continue to be in place. And so in my mind, these are the mask order and the capacity restrictions are separate conversations. And so I asked for us to have some time to consider adopting what Jefferson County did. And I'm happy to explain my logic now, but I also don't want to jump right out if others want to express their opinions or make sure that the background is adequately set.
I'll just say real quickly, I support that. I mean, one of the things I emailed Tim and Peter and Keith privately about last night is the Jeffco plan is predicated on having large numbers in your county. For example, the threshold of 5 hospitalizations to trigger pretty significant restrictions. We're 1/10 the size. This is per 100,000. So for us, that's a half of a hospitalization. So every time a hospitalization happened, if we take the Jeffco plan at the letter of the law, it would throw us back into red. So obviously, we need to find some way of transcribing or changing that threshold to a way that would make sense for a county of 10,000.
Yeah, my opinion on the whole thing is the challenge with hospitalizations and deaths is it's what's already happened. So we don't have, it really limits our ability to react. We're not proactively reacting to anything. We're reacting to what has already happened. And in my opinion, that's sort of too late. If our hospitalizations and fatalities go up to a level where we start reacting, we're sort of already several weeks behind the game. So one thing I would add to it is potentially a vaccination rate, right? Vaccination rate in our county is really a proactive way to say, this is our potential risk. If 70% of our population isn't vaccinated, that's our potential for hospitalizations and potential deaths, not what has already happened, but what could happen and what we're trying through these measures to prevent. So I'm not suggesting, there's challenges with all of them. To Sean's point, in a county like ours, a single hospitalization puts us in a different category, and case counts similarly as a rate, it's not a 1-for-1 compared to like Denver. So I think we need additional metrics in there, like vaccination rate, that's specific to Clear Creek County. It's our own rate and our own potential risk that we're trying to avert and going to the snapback, as the state calls it, and what Jefferson County has sort of thought of this as. If we get to this point, we're going back to where we were. I see that in relation to also our vaccination rate. And that's why I'm really trying to get to the bottom of our actual rate and the numbers that we're looking at so that we can get there basically quicker.
And in the last time we talked about this, which was last Tuesday, I know I thought at that time even mentioned that knowing that we tie opening to reaching somewhere approaching some level of, accepted herd immunity, that 70 to 80% range of people vaccinated or reasonably presumed to be to have an immunity through having had COVID or something. Whatever that is best determined by, our subject matter expert in the field. It seems like a wiser path. I was kind of under the impression that we were coming in today to discuss what was going on rather than simply adopt Jeffco, and that it would be based on having information and time to talk about it and digest it from not only Jefferson County and the metro area, which we are similar to in some ways relative to Summit and Eagle, but also from Summit, Eagle, and Grand, to whom we are similar in other ways. Large, really large, influx of non-resident populations and things like that. But I do agree that we need to figure out a way to move forward and make progress. And I think we mentioned last week also that because we were entering mud season, that the necessity of moving quickly at this moment, because there's some impending opportunity to provide hospitality to lots and lots of people because of and what the implications of that capacity is for our businesses. It's greater when we perceived a problem at, for example, at Christmas time and at spring break and different times along the way over the last year. And we're kind of on the inverse side of that right now. And I was kind of under the impression that we were going to assimilate that data, receive that data, and an understanding of how the different counties were reacting, have a conversation today, which could be implemented perhaps within a week after that, as we had time to process that, digest it. And so I thought today was more of a work session, although I noted that it was put on as a potential for consideration, but I thought it was more for discussion today, just to be clear. But I mean, no hard feelings, but that's just kind of where I thought we were on the dial right now. I didn't see the urgency of the dial until we actually contemplated what was happening to the west and the east of us, and also let our health director have plenty of time to digest all the elements of this particular thing. I know it was sent out last week. I know I didn't even dig into it except to barely scan and say, well, we're getting information from a bunch of places. We're having a discussion next week. I didn't read it in depth and was kind of caught. I didn't check my email at 8:30 last night to see how this had changed, because I listened to our meetings yesterday about how we needed to give ourselves a little time off once in a while. So at 8:30 last night, I called it family time and woke up at about 6:50, I think, to the email this morning with the revised thing for consideration for adoption today. My preference would probably be that we, rather than adopt today, because I don't think the urgency is there, is to consider it really seriously and discuss it and find out if there are any other questions that we need answers for, and get those answers and be ready to take a real solid action next week. But I'm only one, so.
Thank you,
I'll
Randy.
disagree with that. The one thing I would point out is that first off, we do have another county bordering us. It's Park County to the south. And then the other thing is May 15th is only shortly more than 3 weeks.
There are no roads open to Park County from here. There are no roads that connect us to Park County.
They still are a bordering county. So I mean, if we're going to look at who borders us, I think it's fair to look at all of them. But what I was going to say is May 15th is 3.5 weeks from now. So I don't think that there's a rush, but I think that other counties are acting with decisiveness, and I don't think we have a long time to figure out how we're going to align or not align with them. And I do think that we share a lot more in common with the Front Range than we do with counties that are accessible in the other directions.
Okay, Sean, I tend not to agree that what happens in Park County impacts us very much. That we just don't have really any meaningful population mixing. I do agree with you that the metro area is where we should be tracking to. I think that we economically and epidemiologically mix with the populations to the east of us much more than we mix with the populations to the west of us. I think if you look at, and this is not the result of some deep study, but it seems like we track closer to case rates in the metro area than, we've seen almost all winter various spikes in the tourism resort communities to the west of us that we've not experienced. The reason I also agree with you, Sean, that there is some urgency here. The reason I see urgency is because right now, a restaurant in Jefferson County who's competing for the same employees as a restaurant in Georgetown or Idaho Springs is planning to hire staff. From a perspective of recovery, there is a significant first mover advantage associated with being able to hire staff earlier. What we know, Randy, I heard you say this earlier in a different context. What we know is that about 75% of our workforce that has jobs in Clear Creek County comes from outside of Clear Creek County. And so the last point that I'll make right now about why I think we need to do this, if you've been listening, and I wouldn't expect that everybody listening right now has listened the whole time, I've said for months that my preference is for us to beat this virus and not toy with loosening restrictions while we still have high case counts, while we're not adequately vaccinated, and that we're playing with fire. All of that said, I'm under no illusions that I can cordon off this section of the swimming pool. I don't think that if we see the Denver metro area reduce restrictions and experience the consequences of those reduced restrictions, those consequences won't come home to us here. I do not think that keeping capacity restrictions at Bojo's and Idaho Springs holds our case counts down in a meaningful way when the capacity restrictions a stone's throw away from us, where there's 500,000 people, or 60% of the state's population is there. And so we've reached a point where I think that the cost benefit of capacity restrictions in our economy is it no longer in favor of having those. And if the metro area was in a different place, which I think they should be, which is to say, let's beat this virus, let's get through this, then I'd be right there with them. But because they're not, I don't think that we can sit here and impose these restrictions on our businesses, knowing, in my opinion, and please correct me if I'm wrong, knowing in my opinion that our local restrictions have very little to do with our health outcomes when we're the only ones maintaining those restrictions.
I agree with that, all of it.
I would disagree, and I just disagree because I think that the only avenues we have through which we can control that spread is through the density of our interface with those populations. And I think that it's pretty clear and safe by looking at the results of counties and states all around us and the correlation between infection and regulation, and those regulations and restrictions, or I will say that management of the density of that interface has clearly made a difference. And I really think it's made a difference here too. I do agree that in one sense, we're more like, we're in ways like the metro area, and in ways we're like the places to our west. What we share with these other places is an interface with a population that is many, many, many times the size of ours that comes through us and frequents this place. I will not accept the argument that those people are traveling through us and they don't stop here. That's only partially true. A percentage of them do stop here, or we wouldn't have waiting lines outside these businesses. And every place that has gone back to waiting lines outside their businesses and let people come in without regard to trying to control that density have seen upswings. And I think that the benefit that we've enjoyed here has been from being as careful as we have, and sometimes more than the metro area and sometimes equal than the metro area since that time. So again, during mud season, I'm not convinced that that urgency does exist. And so I would prefer to see us look at everything that's happening in the other counties as this evolves over the next week and come back prepared to make this decision, and then set a timeline out there like this. I think that to state that being careful and taking care of ourselves with safety measures that are epidemiologically supported, to state that as long as the people to the east of us don't do that, then we're obligated to do the same thing because nothing we can do can protect ourselves is not true.
That's a straw man. I mean, no one ever said that was true.
You know, can we just work with the logic rather than like throwing bombs over at the things that each other says. I'm just stating, I think that's not true. I don't think it's a straw man argument at all.
Can I ask a question of the board? If in fact we adopt this resolution as written, and let's just say a month down the road, we are unable to get more than 55% of our population vaccinated because the remainder refuse or don't want to, for whatever reason or rationale. What metrics are we going to use are we going to wait for Jefferson County and Denver to make first move to say, cat's out of the bag? It turns out we opened too soon and our case counts are already going up, as they have been for 5 straight weeks now. Like what are our metrics that we're going to be using? Because to Sean's point, if we use hospitalizations alone, all it takes is 1. So I would ask this board to consider a multitude of variables that we agree upon as the sort of snapback, as that term has been put out there, to say, whoa, we're way ahead of our skis. These 3 or 4 metrics, whatever they might be, trigger us to go back to where we are. Opening our economy 100, I understand all the economic measures as the former chief operating officer of a company for 5 straight years. I understand the economics of it, despite my degree. And I understand all of that rationale and thought behind it. But opening up to 100% when we have 5 straight weeks of increase in cases and vaccination rates that don't necessarily suggest we are even remotely close to community immunity, either in our county or any neighboring county, whichever direction you want to go, is necessarily a good idea. I'll just state that for the record. It's clearly not my decision alone. It is yours as a board to determine that, but I would ask that we put metrics out there that we can say, and I can say, these 3 metrics are what we're using. We've broken all these metrics. We're going back the other direction. So it's clear to our constituents out in Clear Creek County, okay, this is what they're using. The proverbial crap has hit the fan and we need to go back, or we are headed in the right direction based on those metrics.
I'm not averse to us making progress on this and trying to get somewhere. I just think that coming out of the last meeting, again, I was under the impression that we were going to have a robust discussion today from which we could develop the kind of thing that we could adopt. And this kind of has caught me a little off guard that we're taking the tack. And part of it is, for example, I'm okay with doing something as long as we have some metrics that can intercept and not allow things to happen on a certain date if we haven't met those metrics. So rather than set that at this date we're going to be clear, I would prefer to see something that says at this date or whenever we have achieved X level of vaccination, whichever comes last, we will be able to go in. I'd almost rather, without a date, use the vaccination percentage number, because then if we get that done sooner, let's say these efforts that we just talked about during the last session happen sooner, then we'll know that we're actually in a safe place, rather than defaulting to the idea that we're losing economic competitiveness with our neighbors by not being as open as they are, regardless of that. And I would point out, again, going back to the idea that our actions will make no difference in our ability to remain healthy or not healthy, to have or not have COVID, unless everyone around us does it, belies the fact that over the last year, there have been counties that chose not to do those things, and they had worse infection rates, and other counties near them were able to stay safe by maintaining those standards. So I'm okay with it, but I just think an epidemiologically sound set of principles rather than an arbitrary date is more important. And for me, that would be approaching that herd immunity as Dr. Ryan has suggested. And so I'm okay with it, with coming up with a plan. I just think it needs to be well thought out and scientifically sound.
In my comment about vaccinations, I have a question, and it's not a rhetorical question. Why did the metro area choose not to incorporate that?
I don't know. I was not a part of that discussion. That happened among the directors down there, Dr. Comstock and Dr. Johnson and others. I wasn't a part of that conversation. We were only informed of it after it happened. So I have not been able to talk to them directly to ask that very question.
Yeah, so I agree with Randy that I think this is a lot of fairly consequential material that we're kind of looking at over without a lot of discussion or research on our part. So I think it is urgent, but I think that's a question we need to answer because I don't think a county of 10,000 has the resources or the horsepower to be a thought leader when our neighboring counties have vastly more resources than we do. And it's my working assumption that this was probably discussed down there and it was probably eliminated for good reason. And before I think we imagine that we have the ability to think of something more sophisticated or clever than what they've done, I think it would be wise for us to fully understand what they've done and how they came to those conclusions.
Yeah, I'm happy to reach out to either Dr. Comstock in Jefferson County or Dr. Johnson in Tri-County.
I'm sure there are other counties and other places that have thought of stuff too, and we could consider that they probably have a greater ability to think than we do as well. I would point out that I think we have the ability to think, and we have a primary thought leader sitting on the screen to my right, looking at the screen, or my left if I'm on the screen right now. That's Dr. Ryan, and again, I think he's given us very wise counsel with regard to thinking about an actual way to measure our resistance to disease at the point at which we feel safe to go to that full capacity.
I never said that we couldn't think, right? So please don't.
I'm sorry, Sean. I didn't mean to imply that you meant that. I
said that we don't have as much resources as they do, and that's all I meant.
And I certainly respect our own opinions as well as Jeffco's. We've seen some very large counties make some really bad decisions, and we've acknowledged that throughout this. So I think we're capable of thinking about those things and imagining how they apply to us, and simply working with Dr. Ryan and you guys. I don't disrespect you. I just happen to disagree a little bit on this one. And I think we can find a metric that we can all have confidence will keep us safe if we just take a little more time to have the robust conversation. This is the most robust conversation we've had on this particular subject since it came up about 2 to 3 weeks ago. And I mean, specifically to where we are at this point in time. And so this is the first time we've taken, as much time as we have to talk about it. And I thought it was going to be an hour, and it's a half an hour because Tim's got to go. But I think continuing this conversation in a week is a reasonable thing to do, and being able to come to a more informed conclusion that Dr. Ryan and maybe some of his folks down at CDPHE can agree is epidemiologically sound. That would be my preference.
Okay, so and I'm just going to try to stick to the subject matter here. On vaccination rates as a metric, knowing our data is not reliable, knowing that we almost certainly are experiencing an undercount, I've got a lot of skepticism about doing that. I fully acknowledge that hospitalization rates are a good month past when you need the information to be able to act most proactively. I've been a defender of these rules. They were necessary. We need to continue to have them. I'm fine with us ending this without taking action. I don't intend to make a motion myself or second a motion to take action on this today. However, I don't think that not taking action on this for me, not taking action on this today does not mean that I'm not ready to be in clear by May 15th, if that's what Jefferson County does. And I spent 4 or 5 years in this labor market in Clear Creek County. It is a hard place to succeed in. It is a very, very challenging labor market. Finding staff is really, really, really hard. And giving our businesses the opportunity, and this isn't about remaining competitive, Randy, in terms of being able to show that we can earn more than them. This is about being able to compete for a very scarce resource in Colorado, which is labor. And so that's sort of the marker that I'm laying down. I have not heard anything right now that would convince me that we should not be in clear on the same day that the metro area is in clear.
Well, we'll just, I guess, have to disagree on that one. We don't do that really often. Actually, all three of us agree on most things. I would point out that the fact that we have an imported labor market that's difficult to find and fill the jobs for, you can argue a couple of different ways. That you can argue that economically, and you can argue it epidemiologically, and you'll probably come up with different answers each way. So I suggest that finding a balance in which we are reasonably well vaccinated, and that labor force, a more effective tool there, I think, would be to make sure that labor force is vaccinated also, because then that helps reduce the risk a lot, since they're imported as well, 50% of that market. So there's a few things to look at. And again, it's a complex conversation, and we all love to get into the weeds, and we love to get into the data and into all those different ideas, and we'd love to balance that stuff. There are none of the three of us who aren't willing to talk about that all day long, given the opportunity. As a matter of fact, we'll usually keep doing it even when we don't want to anymore. Just, it's our nature. So actually, that's something I like about this board.
One last really quick thing. George, I'm on board with you in terms of alignment with Jeffco. I would suggest we don't wait an entire week to revisit this. This is important. It's going to take us a while to work through it. So I would suggest we consider meeting on Thursday or Friday to make some additional progress before we let a week of the 3.5 weeks left before May 15th elapse.
I think part of the question for that would be if part of the answer for that one, I'm looking at my schedule and it looks like there is one day, Thursday, that I've got a little time. But the question is going to be more, how much more will Tim be able to, within his other workload, to infill this conversation? I don't believe that the difference between now and I don't believe the difference between now and Tuesday is going to make that much difference, honestly, right now.
Well, one thing, it would allow all of us to fully read what we weren't able to fully read. I mean, I fully read it, and there are other things in there that we need to address, such as reference to the 5-star program that doesn't apply to us. So I think at a minimum, we could at least get through the whole thing and get it to the point where it matched the conditions on the ground here in Clear Creek, and maybe even try and crack the idea or think a little bit more about how we can create a metric like hospitalizations that would work for a 10,000 person county.
Right, and I tend to agree with that a little bit. I'm very skeptical about hospitalizations for us, because if Jeffco has decided that 5 hospitalizations for 600,000 people is a flag, then I would suggest that for a county of 10,000, that I mean, it almost seems oxymoronic. I would hate to shut us down for one hospitalization, but if we had even 3 or 5 hospitalizations within a 1 or 2 week period, that would imply that something has gone drastically wrong, but that the horses are not only out of the barn, they've left the corral and they're over on about 3 or 4 properties away, and it's going to be too late to get them back. And so I don't even know how, I agree with you that I think that trying to even use hospitalizations as a metric in our county is almost meaningless and unworkable for that reason. How do you do a half a hospitalization? And should you suddenly boomerang the businesses back into a different place and have them lay people off temporarily because of one hospitalization? And I would argue, no, I wouldn't want to do that.
Right.
But I don't know what the number is at which it's suddenly gone too far. That's why I think reaching a place, I think to me it would be, and I'm taking a wild guess as a non-PhD epidemiologist, it would be some combination of infection rate, which is more immediate and closer to the source, diagnoses, as well as, that barrier of vaccination. And to argue that if we haven't gone there and say we've got to be open because our competitors are open, is to honestly say we're no longer going to use public health as a metric at all. And it's going to, it's going to take us into that argument. But anyway, so that's why, I have no problem reading all of this in depth and every word of it that I saw this morning at 6:50 for the first time in its completed new amended form, with the realization that we were voting on it for sure, or potentially doing that, but also for Dr. Ryan to have answered the questions sufficiently and be able to inform us on that day in advance, to be able to come there with a solid feeling that I feel comfortable now. And I don't know if that happens by Thursday or not.
I just want to respond to a couple things there, and I know we're over time. First, I believe, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, the resolution that's in front of you is verbatim what was sent to you on Monday when I said I would like to discuss, or sorry, Wednesday morning when I said I would like to discuss and have the option to take action on this on Tuesday.
That is correct. The only change I did is remove last night the reference to the 5-star program, and I corrected some of the section numbers.
And the second thing that I want to say is that I am not saying that we have to abandon all hope and we're no longer considering public health. And I don't think we have to say that. And so what I said is that we may have hit the point, and I think we did hit the point, where the balance of balancing economic outcomes, which are related to public health, and disease rates, it has tipped in the direction because of the actions of our neighbors, where the best outcome for our community is not to continue to have these restrictions. And so I would appreciate if you would not attribute to me statements like public health doesn't matter anymore.
No, I don't think you said that. To me, that's it. What I'm saying is logically, that's where I was going from the fact that if we say we're going to be open on May 15th, no matter what, based on what Jeffco does, period, that's the implication that comes out of that. That kind of naturally follows that regardless of what else is going on, that's where we're going. That we're going to be clear and we're going to be 100% capacity on the 15th because Jeffco did it. And if you set that parameter up as the one guiding light and influence, and that says that the other factors don't matter. And that's the reason I said that. With regard to not having read it, I explained that I looked at it, I scanned it, I understood it. I thought we were coming in for more of a discussion in which we would have a robust discussion surrounding some of the other factors that we also brought up on that day, and questions that were asked then that still aren't answered, like about the vaccination rate and which one of those we should be at. We didn't answer those questions today, and I asked for that last week. So I in no way did I think of it as being, lazily not doing my work and reading what somebody sent and said, I would like you to read this. I am happy to do that. I scanned through it and I thought we were going to have a more open-ended discussion today. So sorry if I misunderstood everyone's intent and enthusiasm for having this passed today. I thought it was a possibility we might, if we all liked what we saw and the conversation went well. So I did look at it. I also don't care for the inference that I had plenty of time to read this and I should have been doing my work.
Yeah, and the inference that I don't have care for is that
the details and I do my work.
Right. I totally hear you. And the reason I'm saying that is because I've heard multiple times today what feels like an implication that something is being dropped on you or surprised, and that didn't happen.
I was completely caught off guard that we were hell bent to pass something today. That completely caught me off guard, and it's not that.
Why don't you guys talk about this offline?
Yeah, that's a good call. I'm not hell bent to pass anything. So I said I'm not hell bent to pass anything. I made that very clear, and I think Sean's right that we should probably get back on topic.
Well, I think we are on the topic, but I'm happy to do that. We got to move on with the meeting anyway. But I just want to let you know that I was surprised and caught off guard that we were this serious about passing something today, and that urgency was there. I thought it was really important to talk about today and try to get to a conclusion really soon. And I did not think that we were coming in to match Jeffco by today from the tone of the emails that I received last week, and certainly not from the tone of our discussion last week on Tuesday. So I don't have any hard feelings towards you, nor am I trying to insult you. I want you to know that. I think because you're both great county commissioners, that's not the point. I think we disagree on this subject a little bit about the urgency of getting this through, and also about the urgency of making sure that we match Jeffco, whatever they do. And because that statement was made today, and I'm not sure you meant it that way, but that's the way it came across to me. So,
Tim, you've been trying to talk for a minute.
I would just like to say I will do my due diligence over the next several days to get as much information, both about Jefferson County's rationale and the Tri-County area, to be frank, in addition to any vaccine data issues and resolutions that we might find. So I will do my best to get all that information as quick as I can, and whether we have the discussion Thursday, Friday, and as most of you know, Saturday or Sunday or any day of the week, because this is a 7-day job. So just let me know when that will be, and hopefully we can have a little bit more information and another discussion around this.
And just for the record, that's all I was asking, was that we can revisit this Thursday, and I'm happy to dig in and even approve something if we like what we see. I'm good most of Thursday until our clinic tour in the afternoon, and I'm good Friday afternoon as of right now. So
And can I just answer the questions that are on the chat there? I see Cassandra has asked, is the state planning to keep updating the map of county restrictions? It's my understanding that they are. Both CalFO and CCI has asked the state to do that, and trying to also tie it to the visitors website, where people might go to understand what's going on in Colorado before they come here.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I think that concludes our session. I think you can look to see as we get our calendars aligned, us doing either a work or action session later this week. And I would embrace either one. I don't know that we have to try to force an action session outside of our regularly scheduled time, but.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we schedule it, we don't have to take action. It would just give us the ability to if we decided to.
Well, and if we wanted to notice that Thursday as an action session, I'm actually fine with it. I'm not, I don't want to be obstructive to progress or anything like that. I just like the robust conversation, make sure we can be as close as possible on the same page. That's all.
Excellent. Dr. Ryan, thank you. I realize we've kept you 12 minutes into another meeting you have that's important. So appreciate your patience with us. Apologize to everybody. I don't need to make this as personal as I did there. So I think I can do better than that.
Hey, same here. And I really didn't mean, I didn't mean to imply those things. I don't think that you don't care about health. I was just talking about extrapolating the logic of an argument. That's all it is. I mean, you guys have both been really clear how you care about health throughout this entire last year. I don't have any thoughts about that. I'm talking about the argument in front of us, and I don't mean argument like arguing. I mean the argument in a debate or whatever we're having here. So, Tim, you can go anytime. I was just talking to them after you said you were going.
Thank you. Happy Earth Day, everyone.
So I know we have next on our agenda is lunch at 12:30. Scheduled at 1 o'clock is a work session with CSU Extension on their community needs assessment. In the meantime, I suggest that we try to spend some time in executive session and knock off our to-do list there. Okay, therefore I move the board into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Can't hear you, Peter.
So this is pursuant to CRS 24-64024F for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussing personnel matters relating to the hiring of a county manager and the organization of his office, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
And we can use the link from this morning.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made. And we will be back in regular session at 1 o'clock for the CSU Extension Community Needs Assessment.
Hey, Christine, do y'all have more people that I'm gonna need to cross over for this, or just you and CJ?
Oh, it should.
Just us.
Yep, just the two of us.
All right, cool. Just want to make sure.
There's Randy Wheelock, Commissioner.
We were struggling with only minutes to spare getting out of executive session, and I think George was running for a sandwich really quick. I mean, within his own house, but I just mean that I barely had time to do anything in our 12 minutes or something like that, and ran upstairs, and next thing I knew it was 1 o'clock. So I'm sure he'll
Oh
be
my
here.
gosh, wow. Well, we promise we won't run over, and we won't get into any heavy duty debates with you.
Oh, come on. I know that came off a little earlier. I was really just, it was more like college debate time or something like that for me. It was really the argument I was pointing at. Now, I will reiterate for the second time publicly and once privately that I don't have any doubts about these guys' commitments to public safety or anything else. So that's not it. We're just arguing the points of our logic.
Understandable.
Yes, logic.
Logic.
Okay,
or
so
lack thereof, as we can point out. Yeah.
my apologies, everybody. I was a minute late here. It's 1 o'clock. We did conclude our executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. Next on our agenda with CSU Extension is a report on the community needs assessment that CSU had done. And Chris, I see and recognize you, and I see you have a guest. Maybe we can do some introductions.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks for fitting us into the schedule. Really appreciate it. It's been a while since I've come before you to chat about CSU Extension in Clear Creek County. But just wanted to remind everyone that we're starting in on the 9th year of CSU Extension in Clear Creek County, unbelievably. And I'd like to introduce CJ Mucklow. He is the Northwest Regional Director for CSU Extension and the acting field director. And I will let him explain what all that means because I'm not exactly sure. But but CSU Extension, like a lot of organizations, has been through a lot of leadership revisions and changes over the last year. And Clear Creek County now falls within the Northwest region of CSU Extension divisions. So CJ, take it away.
Okay, I'm here just to give you a little background and then open it up for questions, but I am CJ Mucklow. I grew up in Colorado. I'm a native Coloradoan. I came to Georgetown. I've been by here many times. It was fun to stop today. It's been a number of years I've been over in Pinella Pass, but it was fun to come to town today.
Thank you, CJ. And we'll just introduce ourselves real quick too. Hi, I'm George Marlin. I'm a county commissioner. I live in Idaho Springs in the central part of the county.
Okay.
John Wood, Commissioner. I live in Evergreen.
Randy Wheelock, Commissioner on the west end of the county.
Keith Montag, County Manager, and CJ, I was up in Eagle County and we may have met when I was up there, my recollection.
Yeah, Glenda. Yeah, Glenda's in my region and we met with Glenda at one point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm just here to kind of give a little overview of Extension, what we do, and this new needs assessment. A lot of changes with Extension. So just to start us off, I've been with Extension for 35 years. For 23 of those years, I was the Extension agent, just like Christine, in Routt County. My background is way different than hers. Mine is agriculture, and my expertises are herbicides, small acreage management, and agricultural land preservation, which maybe is probably not a priority in Clear Creek County, but it is in Routt County. Then I became the regional director. Now my boss quit in December. Now I'm what's called a field operations manager. So I'm interimly overseeing all offices of the state. We have 40 some offices, 45, 46, 47 offices around the state. We're all in partnerships with counties. We have small ones like this one, and we have big ones like Jeffco or Boulder. And that's kind of what we do. So in our job, the big broad mission you can see in front of you is provide education, informal education Land grant universities were established by what president? This is your quiz. Famous for the Civil War? Abraham Lincoln.
Mhm. Oh, somebody could have won a CSU 4-H hat, but
Could have given you my mask.
sorry.
But
Abraham
we came
Lincoln.
along a little late. We came along a little later in 1912, and we are the informal educational arm of CSU. So if you look at the seal, it says research, teaching, service, and extension. So our job is to provide informal education to citizens. And so you were most famous for the 4-H program, most known for the 4-H program, also known for Master Gardener, high altitude gardening. But we do lots and lots of other things: community development, food safety, food preservation, agricultural land preservation, wise herbicide use, community development in terms of, is it feasible to have, what do we do with the feasibility of counties that are dependent upon resource-based economies like yours? How do we broaden the economy base? We do studies of things like that. So just giving you an overview, that's what we're here to do. I became Chris's boss in December. I've known Chris since she's worked for Extension, but I'm just here today to talk about everything is new. We have a new director of Extension, been on the job for 12 months. We have a new president, been on the job less than 2 years. You have the newest Extension office in the state of Colorado. And one of the things our new director, his name is Blake Naughton, wants to do is a needs assessment. So we think about Extension, we think about cows and cookies and cooking and raising livestock. That's the truth, right? That's what you think. So in reality, we're much broader than that, and we can do lots more, but we're known for those things. So we are here to say we're doing a needs assessment to try to see how we can best serve your needs. And it's really important for us at CSU that we don't drive the needs, that CSU doesn't tell you as people of this county what your needs are for informal education, that you tell us, and we do our best to provide them. We're not experts in everything, but we do have things we are experts in. And so that's why we're doing a needs assessment. And so Chris is in the process of an initial survey. She did now is doing individual stakeholder interviews. I know all three of you have been given a list of questions in your packet. And we want to have your input, as well as we at lunch, and she's going through a number of stakeholders. Then we'll do another survey to make sure that we're fulfilling the needs we have. It's not the same needs of Extension in 1950. It's not, number of acres of corn or the yield of corn, the number of cattle we can run, but it's a lot broader than that. And so that's what we're doing a needs assessment for. That's what I'm looking forward to. And in your county, I'm not going to kid you, it's a unique place, and it's not a traditional Eastern Colorado county where farming and agriculture is paramount, but there's still a need for extension here, in my opinion. I'm biased, I'll just admit it. But we bring the university, that university is the land grant university. It's the university for the people. It's here to serve you. And Christine is our local representative to do that for you. So our needs assessments are to update how we can best do that. What are the certain needs? They're probably not the same as, say, Moffat County and Craig, but there's still a need there. So that's what we're doing, and we're in the process of it. So I can stop there. I think that other things that I see, being a brand new manager, Chris has put a lot of time into bringing your public information officer. We're glad and happy to be partnerships in an effort like that. In the long run, as COVID goes away, we hope, I think we all hope,
It will.
that we shift Chris back to more educational stuff and take advantage of that university, all that she can bring from that university to all of you. So that's a nutshell. I don't know what else you'd like me to tell you or learn about. We have 9 areas we work in: crops and livestock, food safety, food health, environmental horticulture, 4-H. Those are the 5 I can think off the top of my head.
Small acreage management.
Small acreage management. I wrote a book myself called A Guide to Small Acreage Management and Rural Living, because that is applicable to Georgetown and Clear Creek County, because a lot of people live here and want to live here because it's a great place to live, and they know nothing about the realities of living in the mountains. We also formed a subcommittee called Mountain Living, talk about all those things, which Clear Creek County and Chris is part of, that we can provide educational programs to not just you, but to people in Telluride, in Norwood, in Dove Creek, in Dolores. So we also have agents that do a lot of work bringing in money. Chris and I were talking about this lunch. Turns out the CDC related to your previous conversations, given money to Extension on a national level to do vaccine education. Well, we didn't even know about that till about 3 weeks ago. If we'd have known, we're late, but if we'd have known, we could have had Chris apply for some of those funds that could have helped you with her role as a public information officer in educating about vaccine. So could apply for some of those funds. We're late, but we could still do it. So those are kind of the things we do now. We're not just cows, cookies, and so on. I'm going to quit because they're looking like you're talking too much. And I can never tell with Zooms.
It's hard to pick up on those nonverbals.
I can't pick them all up. So I'd rather answer questions. But that's why I really want to build a foundation with you. I'm new to this job too. How we can have it's a partnership. You know, university, our funding is you, the state, and USDA.
Well, first off, thanks for coming to visit us, and congratulations on your new role, CJ. One of the things I always wonder about is, from your perspective, how do you anticipate and measure your impact in the community so that you know kind of what you're doing is working and what you should focus on more and what you should focus on less for a specific community, which are all unique?
That's a great question. So this survey is one of those ways we try to answer that is, let's go out and ask how we're impactful. One of the ways we measure our impact is just frankly to survey people, because we're not Walmart. We don't get to ring the cash register up. We also do preventative education, which stops things from happening, we hope. So it's a very tricky thing to do, I think, but we try to do it based on surveys and what people give us feedback of the worth of the program. And we have done occasional studies. Well, what's the return on investment of an extension office? And we do that. I'll give you an example from Routt County. So one of the things Routt County invested money in was public funds to protect private working landscapes. We did a study, CSU did this study that showed the investment of protecting that landscape was worth more than the production of cows and hay. That's what CSU did. We did this study that said this is a good use of your taxpayer dollars. So that's some of the things we do. Now, what's the value of that? It just showed that was a good public investment for Routt County to make. So we do it with surveys and asking people and then getting feedback constantly to show our worth. We don't measure the miles of road we graded. You're right. It's hard for us to do.
We do have a lot of research-based information on our 4-H positive youth development programming, for instance. And we also have a lot of statistics from the Master Gardener program and studies and results of the people who have participated in that programming on a national level.
Yeah, another example I can give you from Routt County, a former sheriff. I see the sheriff is online, at least his thing is, and always said to me, it's cheaper to fund a 4-H agent than it is to put a kid through the juvenile system. So the return is much better if we save one kid. So that's the way the sheriff explained our value to me, to him. So I'm not claiming we saved every kid with 4-H. I don't want to misrepresent you, but those are the kind of things we'd like to think we do. Preventative education, there's a return on it for counties.
And what do you think specifically about what's most effective here in Clear Creek, or maybe some things, that we should really kind of partner on together?
Well, I'm going to throw that one back at you. So you got a survey or questionnaire in front of you, and Christine is going to re-email it. I want you to tell me so that I can come back to you in late summer and say, here's what we found from our needs survey. I don't know what you have proposed, but here's what your citizens told us were their needs, and then how can we then address those needs? Then what could CSU do to address those needs? If they come back and they say, well, health or well-being of the elderly population, there's a lot of things we can do with that. We have programs on, providing information and, for health and welfare of elderly citizens. We do that now. So I would come back with you and after we've done this survey and be able to give you some options for us to pursue. I don't want to pursue things that you don't think are worth it. If you say, no, that's the job of Health and Human Services of the county, then I don't need me. Either I'm a partner, but I don't need to duplicate what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I would come back and do that and ask, find out.
That makes sense. I mean, I think personally, I don't feel like I'm super knowledgeable about all of the things that you guys provide. So in some ways, I don't really feel like I'm the right person to speak for the county. But if you're asking the commissioners, then I think it's probably our responsibility to become informed so that we can give you good data.
I'll give you an example. Moffat County Commissioner asked me a couple years ago, we need some work. We're dependent, Moffat County is dependent upon coal. I think it's cheap, but it's really coal. And they said, what, and coal's coming to an end, like it or not, it's bigger than me. And so can CSU help me with a feasibility study to look at alternatives to broaden our economic base? Well, that's a thing we could do for you.
Really?
And talking to Christine, I think molybdenum is a big part of your tax base, and maybe we could, we're not going to solve it, I'm not kidding you, but why aren't we doing a study that could look at potential options for Clear Creek County? We could do that with our economics department at CSU.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
We have a whole rural economic development part. I actually sent a questionnaire before Chris was part of us, asking all the kind to give me ideas of feasibility studies that could be beneficial to your county. They went from preserving land, post coal, to the railroads and an impact, things like that, that they all could see needs. Impact of local packing plants, that's an issue for local food production. If you like local meats, there's not enough packing plants left locally to know where your food came from. And there's a demand for more of those. So that's also an issue that came up. Those are things that we could do.
Just out of curiosity, did that study include things like outdoor recreation?
Yes, there's another thing. What's the value of outdoor recreation to economy? How could we grow the outdoor recreation? That's also an interest of Moffat County, because without coal, it's cattle and federal government primary. So recreation has not been developed like it has in other counties around you. I don't know what the percent of the economic activities recreation here, but.
And so I just wanted to, before we jump into all the great additional things that I could do, I want to just point out that when the office was started back in 2012, the mission specifically for Extension in Clear Creek County was to focus on 4-H positive youth development, and to specifically focus on the mountain horticulture and start the Master Gardener program. So I was given those two specific missions to really focus on within Clear Creek County, and how to develop those two programs very specific to our community. So as a solo director and agent for those two programs, that's what I've spent the majority of my time focusing on. But of course, having experience with the Clear Creek Watershed Foundation and being really interested in water resources, watershed education, natural resource education, et cetera, there's been add-on activities and interests and programs that have come about. And also, as I've learned more about what CSU and CSU Extension has to offer, I've tried to bring in additional appropriate programming to the Clear Creek community as well.
Yeah, thank you. I remember that. I remember that we had a third one back when you had a part-timer too, which was renewable energy. I think you said it's been 9 years. I think that's an appropriate time frame for us to take another look at that menu, see how it's changed, see how our needs may have changed.
Right.
A question that I have for you as it relates to this, like Sean, you said it too. I don't know how I can list what I think our top 5 needs are. I don't know how CSU can help, because I don't know what that list of things that CSU does. I heard mention that, fiscal impact analysis is something that you do. There's a lot of stuff that I'd love to dig into and try to understand. I'm curious, can you talk a little bit about the distribution of this survey? And because I know how much it costs to get a survey out there that's really representative, and because I know that we're doing a community COVID impact survey right now that we already have a 15% return on, I'm wondering, do you incorporate other pieces of data into this as well?
Yes.
Data like another survey we did?
Yeah, so we had an initial survey with just our email list that Christine provided. Every county did send to their own to give us our initial brush. Second part of the survey is stakeholder interviews, and this could be one right here if we had more time today. And Christine's working on that list. The third part of it is a survey, much like what you described. We will send, I don't know what the distribution is, but we'll be using email lists that she has or has access to through you, to your citizens, and that's how we will form from all of that data. Then we will try to combine those into things that are doable. And there will be things on that list we are not experts at, like, for example, building affordable housing. We're not going to be your go-to person on that. But it probably will come up as a high priority. But there are other things we could be. So that's what we're going to try to do. And it's all internal. We're not doing it outside. We have a professor on campus who specializes in it. He's heading it up. So I don't have all the details. If you want the details of who we're surveying, I can get back to you, but I don't know off the top of my head of the list. I think that, go ahead.
I don't know that I need any more specificity than you just provided. I know it's really hard to survey a population, right?
Yeah, so just for the record, CSU Extension is always very, very cognizant of county demographics. So that's something that I've always been really aware of. You know, who is Clear Creek County? You know, what's our population? What's our count? What are our demographics? What are our age breakdowns, socioeconomics, et cetera? So I've always been, with respect to programming and marketing the programming, always tried to reach out to make the programming accessible to across the entire community. So again, being a one-person office, it has sometimes been challenging, but I feel as though I do have a pretty good feel for, you know, with working with the schools and the school district and working with the rec center and the library and with all our master gardeners and the garden clubs and the historic clubs, et cetera, et cetera. I feel as though I have a pretty good understanding of, you know, how could we get a good cross-section, cross-representation of Clear Creek County. So I've got a list of 50 people to interview that I'm trying to whittle down to 10 right now to actually get this done. When is it supposed to be done?
She's got 2 days to do it.
I got 2 more days to do that. And I heard you had a pretty heavy conversation that I might have to be doing some work after I do 4-H programming after this, and then when I get home.
So I think we'd like to come back when we have our data and visit with you again about the focus and the direction. I will say, Christine has done a great job being your public information officer, but in the long run, that's not her job as an employee of CSU, because you're not taking advantage of all that she can bring you from the university. I think we need to have a way to work our way back to being more of an extension agent, less of a public information officer. And I don't want to make anybody mad. But I think that's a realistic. I hope that's a realistic goal.
Yeah, CJ, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you and thank CSU for allowing Chris to help us out during this pandemic. We found ourselves in need of a PIO, and she's done a fantastic job. And I know that's a lot of her background and education as well is in communications, but totally understand what you're saying. As we move forward and as we hopefully start to come out of this pandemic, we'll have to determine here at the county how best to address the communication and the PIO role. So, but thank you for allowing us to use her abilities and her time. And she continues to do that, as she just alluded to, but we'll figure out a good transition.
Let's finally figure out transition, and I promise you I would come back with Chris when we get the results of our survey, and let's talk about a plan and how we build the extension program for Clear Creek County residents the best it can be. And I promise to come back and help you with it in late summer or as late September, August or September, all right?
Yeah, and then just as part of your packet was this 2020 year at a glance. So I just wanted you all to have just a little bit of a snapshot of the programming that did actually take place as part of extension informal education during the course of the year as well. So I am pretty proud of being able to continue on with a lot of the programming that we had done in the past, just in a more of a virtual way. Not nearly as fun as in-person events, you know, our monthly extension Thursdays and workshops at the Heritage Center, et cetera. But, you know, we really did pivot and did our annual, I think it was our 4th annual Heritage Hops. So that's a really great presentation that combines history of Clear Creek County, botany, and how to grow hops, et cetera, in Clear Creek County, and then also working with the local brewers and a local restaurant to do a beer and food pairing experience. So I was really excited to be able to figure out how to do that virtually. We did a virtual trails and ales hike. So there definitely was kind of a theme of alcohol involved because that really seemed to kind of help get some of the adults involved with some of the programming this year. But was able to keep up with a lot of the 4-H programming as well. The 4-H, the C4 Bots robotics team stays in place, and it has actually evolved to a class at the high school level now, which I think is a great accomplishment for the Clear Creek School District. And I really take great pride in being a part of elevating that type of STEM programming from 4-H to an actual class.
That's a return. That's what extension does. That's a return on investment.
Yeah, and then just some, Kids Corner. I'm sure you remember us doing our summer camp and bringing the Discover Clear Creek kids up to you and doing interviews and having them give presentations. We, of course, were unable to do that last year, but pivoted and got a Kids Corner summer garden going and invited you all to the Share the Harvest celebration at the end of the year. So things like that, we kind of just worked it to make it work for what was best for the youth and what worked best for everybody's comfort level during the course of the pandemic. So just kind of keep trying to explore new options and what really works well to implement the 4-H positive youth development essential elements, and what works best for, as CJ mentioned, a very unique Clear Creek community.
Okay, seeing the amount of time we have left, Randy, I note your, I don't know if you have had something you'd like to say, but I want to make sure you have an opportunity to do so.
Thanks. I feel I realized I'd used up my quota today by 11:45. So of words. I only get so many words a day that get doled out. So no, I think it's I think the whole thing's exciting, and I'm particularly interested in some of the additional services that we can actually add on and up the ante and the impact of the CSU extension. It's been a great addition for the county, for children, for gardeners, for tons of people over time. And to realize that they can weigh in a heavy way and help up us with some things that particularly can contribute to our economic analyses and diversification is to me a great score to see us enter into that, or have you enter into that arena for us. I'm particularly excited about that, just so we don't lose out on things like gardening or beer drinking or anything else that goes on, in Georgetown.
And I'm here to serve.
I think Christine's got her priorities lined up, so I think.
Okay, all right. So we're still on the same page.
Yeah, we'll be back. I'll just come back late summer. We'll talk about things we might want to do in the future.
I meant beer tasting. That's what I meant to say.
Spit it out is what I always do.
Right.
Okay, so
in
terms of outcomes, I just want to make sure, like, I think I heard a lot of interest in taking a step in understanding what else CSU offers, and having a conversation about whether we want to change what we're doing or figure out how to add to what we're doing, with the full realization that, Chris, you probably are doing more than we should expect you to anyway. And you have 2 days to interview 50 people. So have fun with that. Yeah. And are there any other outcomes I'm missing here? I think one of us for the county team is to figure out what's going on with our public information needs, maybe in relatively short order.
I wrote those down. I think that captured it nicely. Well, I think Christine does a great job for you. I see a lot of extension offices, and I think in small offices that are hit or miss, and you have a good officer, and you should keep her. And I know, because I go to a lot of small ones. She does a great job for us.
Great. Keith, anybody else? Does that sound like a reasonable description of the outcomes here?
I think so. Yeah, stay tuned. And, obviously we're interested in all the things that CSU and Chris has to offer. And I think you sparked some interest when you talked about physical impact studies and analysis and economic development. We'd certainly like to dive into that a little bit more. And then, we need to, like, as I think George summarized, we here at the county need to circle back around and start thinking about what our PIO needs are from a county perspective.
And I think one actually kudo I'll throw in here right at the end is just kind of like what happens in the middle of the typical global pandemic, is early in the year, last year, early in this whole thing, and we were scrambling for PPEs and couldn't even find any because they weren't available. It was a lab at CSU that tested some masks that we found that were the Chinese KN95s, and everybody said they probably aren't good enough, or we don't know if they're good enough or not. And we checked with, the different organizations that were looking at them, FDA and everybody else. And what we finally learned was that the only way you can know is test them, that most of them are actually still good. And so we got that stuff to CSU, they tested immediately, and we were able to make one of our first PPE purchases based on information and confidence that we had from CSU labs. That may not be a CSU extension thing, but just send our best back to CSU.
It's a land grant university thing for sure. That's application of information. You better believe it. So I'll be back late summer to talk about. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Sounds good. Well said, Randy. And thank you, Chris, for stepping up and doing everything you did.
Yeah, well, it's been challenging, but it really has been a pleasure to be such a involved part of the public health team and helping with the public information needs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is 1:31. The next thing on our agenda is a work session to discuss housing strategy and planning. I see we have Amy Saxon here. We have Kathleen O'Leary. I think this is an extension of our conversation around the LDS property. Am I correct?
Trying to see, Amy, can you hear us? Oh, she might be frozen. Let me see. Yeah.
I see she's unmuted.
Oh, she might have to log off and log back on again because, oh wait, now she's muted. Hold on. Oh, she's here.
There we go.
Whew, that got nervous.
I was nervous too. Hi, everyone.
Hi, yeah. So I think this is an extension of our LDS property thing, and I think Amy, you're driving the bus here, I believe.
I am. I will share my screen here momentarily, and we will get started. Thank you for the time today. So yes, we are here today to have a follow-up session from when we talked, I think it was about 6 weeks ago, when we first talked about the proposal from Habitat for Humanity on the LDS, former LDS church property. So today we just want to look at some of the topics that you guys had asked us to go over. And hopefully the goal today then would be to get your thumbs up on moving forward and pursuing the project. It isn't a decision to go forward or to accept a purchase offer, but that the project is interesting enough to you and you support the idea for the staff and Habitat for Humanity to move forward, prepare an offer, to just sort of actually invest in considering the project and moving forward. Wanted to just quickly review what we had talked about. We're talking about the this property where the DLD church sits. We purchased it in 2015 for $450,000. Habitat for Humanity is looking at, and Sally had prepared this idea of a 20-unit senior housing idea. Their initial thought is a combination of triplex, duplex, and single-family units. That would look something like the image on the right. It would retain they're thinking it would retain the existing building and of course retain the greenway easement. And feel free to interrupt me at any time, ask questions, offer encouragement, compliments, anything that pops into your head along the way.
You're doing great so far.
Thank you, George. So just to recap what the project looks like and what we're talking about here, the idea is that we would be potentially, if we did this, we would be selling the property for about what we paid for it. The county, would be seeking and securing a grant, for a block grant that we would be doing on behalf of the buyer that would fund the property. This is a grant that only a government entity is eligible for, which is why we would apply for a grant to give to the buyer to then give back to us. This would be a scene where the buyer would put the property in a land trust, so it would create permanent affordability. This would mean we would agree to address the issue of the road and to complete the rezoning of the property. It would give us an opportunity to address an ongoing housing concern that we have, and to, sell this property and develop it, which was really our intent. And to do it in a way that partners with a nonprofit it's starting to emerge like that might be the best, our best hope for putting affordable housing on this property. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about why we were thinking about senior housing. It is an age group that has a large portion of our population in Clear Creek County. And I would just point out that one of the reasons why we thought this was why seniors is a good population to focus on here. It's a little bit about the location in a kind of a quiet neighborhood, but it's also, we've put some time in, we have built some affordable housing recently and some market rate housing recently. So we've made some progress in those areas. And then this map just shows that, we do have, especially in the eastern part of the county, quite a few seniors. If you look closely at the map, you can look at some of the more details about how many seniors in different age groups are in the county, in the different regions. But in 2017, 28% of our population was over 60, and that's a decent proportion. So that's why seniors. We also wanted to just look back and remind you about the two recent conversations we've had with real estate professionals. We had the broker opinion guy who came in and talked about the value of the property and talked about how we could put up probably a 30 unit, not we, but someone. We could probably sell the property and it could probably be developed with a 30 unit market rate housing unit. We also had Brian Roberts come in and talk about sort of what a hypothetical mixed rate project might look like. And it seemed like he was basically saying that in order to have a fiscally viable property with affordable housing units on board, you sort of need this maybe kind of an 80-20 mixture of affordable housing and market rate housing, and presented this idea of 120 units, a high density type of scenario to get fiscal viability with some affordable housing mixed in.
Just a quick question for clarification on that. My understanding of the hypothetical mixed rate project, I think they were saying 20% could be affordable based on how it was designed and like a projection of what the market rate would be, but not that it would be like 20% of it would be deed restricted.
Perhaps, yeah. I don't know if that was a permanent affordability or exactly what the scenario was. You're right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
But it did seem like he was talking about a maximum of about 20% affordable as the mixture. And I guess I don't know. You're right. I mean, I don't think he made a clear argument as to why he was stopping there. But
I
my
think-
impression was it was fiscal viability, but yeah, perhaps not, Randy.
Yeah, I think I remember that none of that 20% was not within I mean, it was a general concept to begin with. He was not
Yes.
laying out like a pro forma or anything anything exact. But in general concept, I think he was proposing that engineering for market pressure would provide at least 20% of them to fall within a range that could be workforce housing for the community, as opposed to a deed restricted 20% sustainably affordable. That's kind of what I thought I got out of the presentation that day. Anyway, that's just my recollection. So
yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's
Or
kinda what I
lack
remember
thereof.
too.
that's right. Exactly.
Well, or just clarity that we lack a little bit of
Yes.
clarity.
I think for illustrating that we lack clarity. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay. So then I wanted to also talk a little bit about what we have put together on the road. We worked with Stoy on this and did confirm West Dumont Road would be considered a local access road, and that adding a 20-unit housing development would not change the road designation. 20 units would add about 200 annual average daily trips, which would not be wouldn't change the road designation and wouldn't even come close to changing the road designation. So the local access road category is a fairly durable designation for this road, even if there was additional other developments in this neighborhood. At this point, Stoy would recommend that the lane width for the road would be 10 feet. So that would mean two 10-foot lanes with 2-foot shoulders. It would take some work to make the road consistently have 10-foot lanes and 2-foot shoulders and have sufficient drainage. And he would estimate that this is a pretty broad estimate, but it would be somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. There's a lot of variables in there, of course. We would imagine that this project could be eligible, that we could probably find some money somewhere for this. We would include it in if we did complete and come to you at some point in the next month or so or more with a build grant proposal that you guys thought was a good idea, and we did decide to pursue it. This road would be included in that project, and there might be other grants that we could throw this road into the mix and find some money for. I guess the news here is that Stoy did not feel like this road required a 11-foot wide lanes, which was what the proposal we got from CDOT had been based on. So that was a little bit simpler. And a good portion of the road right now already is 10-foot wide lanes, so it's not like as massive a widening project as we had first sort of thought when we had talked about this with CDOT.
So I want to make sure I'm hearing you right. The road does not need to have its level upgraded. However, it currently does not meet the standard for the traffic that's on it today. To what extent, and I don't know that you can speak for Public Works, but to what extent is improving this road a priority for our budget, sort of outside the context of adding any units here?
Yeah, I can't answer that. I can't speak for Public Works in that. I don't know.
Okay.
And I wonder, another question on that is the addition of these units predicated upon, from the standpoint of Stoy or anyone else, is the addition of these units predicated upon this improvement, this road improvement? Is it immediately mandatory, or is it something that you can make a decision, development and so forth could begin, property could be developed? Would it require that improvement in advance? And I agree. First of all, let me say that my personal position would be it would be advisable to do so, and that we should we might want to make it that. But I'm just asking if procedurally or legally that's the case here. Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know. And I mean, I think ultimately that's part of what would happen during a rezoning conversation, that would, and it's, ultimately it's a longer conversation, broader conversation, bigger question, that's the question that would need to be answered. I don't know if we can answer that question today.
Okay. And what popped in mind is I thought of other roads around the county where buildings exist at this time, which I'm sure also don't meet those specifications. And I'm just curious about how we view the provision of housing within that context. Although I think that things that we build new generally should try to meet the standards that we claim, today.
Right.
So.
Right. And then I want to talk a little bit about fiscal impact, which was another conversation, another question that you had, one thing you wanted to hear more about. And so I want to talk just a little bit in general about the fiscal impact tool. And I know that you as a board have an interest in the fiscal impact tool that we have, and about using one and making it a bigger part of development decisions and project decisions overall. So Clear Creek County, we do have a very simple fiscal impact tool that was part of the 2017, I guess it was 2017 Community Master Plan update. And it is, now I am not like an expert on fiscal impact tools. This is, it seems like a fairly simple one. Fred and I are working on figuring out what the best way to use it is, and are planning on coming to you sometime in the next couple months with a proposal and a suggestion for how we might use it and how it might relate to, formally or informally, and making decisions about projects so we kind of need to separate that from what we're talking about today. So what I want to share, the most important thing is what I learned about it, which is that the basic assumption of our tool, and I presume many tools, is that it assumes that we lose money on each new worker and each resident that comes into the county. And so the math is, it assigns a value to each new resident, assigns a cost and an amount of revenue that they generate. And our tool assumes that each new worker that's added costs the county $1,561 and generates $918 for a loss of $643 a year. Each new resident is assumed to cost $24.99 and costs $597 for a pretty hefty loss of $1,902. Now, the explanation for how these numbers are generated is quite vague in the documentation that accompanies the fiscal impact tool, and it appears to be generated on pretty big numbers. I don't know if there's more information somewhere else available. And so if you mess with these numbers, you mess with the outcomes a lot. And, so I think it's hard to, these are all debatable, right? Like we could look and try to unpack why it says $24.99 is the cost to the county per new resident and debate that. I think that, we could have a very robust, lengthy discussion on that number. We really aren't here to do that today. So I think, for the purposes of today's discussion, if we can stick with these numbers and use them as best we can. I don't think they're like hugely wrong or anything, but they are, I'm like, that seems interesting. I don't understand it. It seems like $2,500 seems like a lot. I don't know for sure that that's right, but.
So I have a couple of quick comments on this. And these are, what I understand, these are average numbers. And I think my belief as part of our due diligence as county fiduciaries are to try a little bit harder than this and to specifically look at the project details, the type of people who will be living there, what their incomes are, what their impacts are, and come up with a number that we feel that we have confidence in. Because I think that I don't find a lot of value in looking at it from this perspective, knowing that this is a pretty unique situation that's not the average of our county.
I think that's totally fair. And I think that I mean, I think we can still get some big block numbers from this, but I wanted to just talk in general about the idea that adding new residents, adding new workers from a fiscal impact perspective, from a government operations perspective, I think the premise is probably accurate, which is we should expect that will cost us money on some level.
I don't agree with that. I think that there are examples of development where you can find ways of having the development pay its own costs. So I think that this is probably on average true for our county, but I think that I don't accept that this is the best that we can do.
So you think like these basic ideas, like, these two numbers, the cost of the worker at 1,500 and the revenue generated at 1,000, that cost is higher than revenue for workers or residents? Do you think that is probably right? This is not, because this is not project specific. These are the standard values that come with the fiscal impact tool.
And that's my challenge. My problem with it is that we are looking at a very specific situation, and we have the opportunity to understand it in a much more accurate way. And it's very different than the average. And so, for example, a retired low-income senior, I would expect would have a lower contribution to the county for obvious reasons. And I think also, I know that what little I know about development is, there are ways of creating the right density and potentially local improvement districts where it's not a burden on all the taxpayers. And in fact, it's neutral or better. So that's all I want to say. I'm challenging that this is a lens that we should look through at this project, because I think it doesn't exactly match what we're talking about here.
No,
it doesn't really match it at all, honestly.
I don't disagree. And so I think that that you're right. And I think we did calculate it using the values that the fiscal impact tool has provided, which is what is on this slide. And just for the purposes of we're here, we're talking through it, I'll just keep going and show you what the net impacts were according to the tool as it exists.
If I could just briefly, Sean, I take your point that we could raise the taxes just for that area and that would change this picture. Directionally, it matches what I think I have understood and seen from separate analyses, that in Colorado, residences do not pay for themselves. But I just throwing that out there and ready to move on.
Okay.
Can you back up that last slide again, please, Amy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even begin to speak to the accuracy of the numbers. We're not going to dig into how the tool came up with those numbers or why it generated them. The idea that each new worker, that only a certain percentage of the workers, for example, in Clear Creek County live here, there's any number of assumptions that might go into this tool. They may be reducing it by the percentage that actually live here and then create those costs in general. Although I would argue that people who travel here also create road costs as an example and things like that. So there are probably some areas that somebody would have to show me all about how they came up with it to know it's true. It looks sensible when I think about that, for example, that a worker is going to generate a little more revenue in terms of their contribution to collection of sales taxes and other things, or business or something. But and it makes sense that if a worker is prorated according to whether they live here or not, then that number would be less than a residence that's taken into account without regard to their work status or anything. Nonetheless, I'm ready to move on too, because we'll have to schedule a 2-day retreat to unpack this one, so.
No, it's definitely it's a simplistic set of numbers that we're working with.
Yeah, I mean, I want to respond quick. I agree with you, George. I think that the actual fiscal impacts for this particular project are going to be much more negative than that.
So, going on and just talking a little bit more about what we did with the actual numbers here. We estimated that this would have, that the 20 unit development would probably have about 30 residents, about 1.5 people per unit. That we wouldn't have 2 people in each unit. Seniors don't tend to, they're not always, it's still in a couple or whatever. And even though a lot of the residents of this particular housing development were relocating from within Clear Creek County, that would probably open up housing elsewhere in the county. So the new residents who come into the county aren't necessarily the exact people that are occupying this housing unit. So, but that's kind of neither here nor there. But anyway, we were working with 30 residents. We figured because there might be some employees connected with a business that might end up happening in the existing building. We used 2.36 employees using the information provided by the fiscal tool that identified different business types and what sort of estimated employee numbers there might be. We assumed that for the purposes of this exercise that the county paid $1 million for the road and financed it over 20 years at 6.5%. Not that we would ever necessarily for sure do that, but that's what we did for the purposes of this exercise, and used a figure from the county assessors of $41,825 for the estimated property tax revenue based on 20 additional units being on this property and the existing building remaining there. So, and then the way this tool is structured, it asks you or allows you to calculate the total costs and revenues both with and without debt. I don't know why exactly it does that, but that's what it does. So that's what we did. So the revenues are the same, about $61,000, which is the total revenues based on the estimated per worker, per resident, and property tax revenues. And the total costs are estimated based on the total, the number of residents, the number of workers, and the annual cost of the debt.
And the debt in this case is the debt that we take on to get the road done? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to this tool, the only expenses that would exist would be the capital related costs of the road that we approached as a debt that was financed rather than a one-time out of pocket, and the costs of the additional residents and the workers, 30 residents, 2.36 employees.
Isn't it still going to cost the county $1 million whether we finance it or not? To fix the road?
Yes, this is based on annual revenue and expenses. So it was just the way that it was just estimating how much it would cost us on a per year basis. Just like you would figure out how much the property taxes on a per year basis.
Is there any account for the opportunity costs of selling the land for $500,000 more than it's been assessed at?
Nope, that is not included in this particular tool.
So we could look at without debt as being, if we get the road paid for through a build grant or something, and with debt being whether we're calculating our own costs of spending the money up front or going into debt. That's not what
I had a quick question about the build grant. Is that the same sort of a grant that could potentially fund the safety improvements, gutter, sidewalk on the other side of I-70 in Dumont?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there some possibility that those could be included together in a Dumont improvement project even?
Yeah.
Into a larger grant?
Yeah, that's the idea, that we would improve, like the things that we discussed briefly as including in that Nagoose project.
Right. Right.
And this road and all of it would be, the reason why we were somewhat able to even consider throwing that up for the Nagoose project is because Beth and Stoy and I had been working on a potential proposal to bring to you for the build grant.
Putting them together. Okay. Sorry, I
Yeah.
misunderstood that.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have, there's a lot more to talk about with the fiscal impact tool in general, but for what it is, this is how it looks.
Okay, thank you.
So then I just also wanted to talk a little bit about water, and I know Kelly Babian had reached out, I think to you, George, at one point, and I know he had some concerns about this project related to water, and ultimately the issue to highlight today is just the relationship between density and fire suppression in a setting where there's not fire hydrants, you know, there's not pressurized water in the ground. And it's not like, you know, it doesn't make a project impossible, but so there's two parts to this. One is just in general, how building size and sprinkler systems are related. And this is that first bullet about buildings over 4,400 square feet requiring sprinkler systems is really more of a consideration for Habitat as they go forward with the project and trying to make it affordable for them and for buyers wanting to come up with a design for their 20-unit project that doesn't make it so they have to put sprinkler systems in those buildings. So that's one thing. The bigger topic here is really about how the requirements for on-site water storage relate to the size of a building project, and they just are. The bigger the project, the bigger on-site water storage you have to have available, and so it isn't impossible, you know. But if you have the bigger the building, the bigger the number of units, the more density you have in terms of a rural development, the bigger water storage system, the bigger fire suppression system you have to build and have on site. And that was just something Kelly was concerned about and wanted to make sure it was understood. And again, you can build as much of water storage system as the person wants to build. It just puts stress on the land and stress on the water, and you have to have it available. And it's something to think about that I didn't necessarily really understand. So that was something we wanted to make sure to get across as well.
Thank you. And so this relationship is exponential, right? This is like the number of gallons per unit you need increases as the number of units per acre you have.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so those were the main pieces of information I wanted to add into the mix, but also wanted to just share what we are planning for the town hall, which was also something that had come up last time. And with your kind of go ahead today, we would go forward with planning a town hall for late May, early June. Habitat is working on getting some more detailed drawings of what this project might look like. And we would then staff would use the Clear Creek Forum really as what we've kind of landed on is probably the best way to use the Clear Creek Forum, which is for projects like this to get community input. So we would post the drawings and information about the project and invite the public to comment, engage, check it out, offer their feedback over a few weeks. And then that would culminate with a public meeting in late May or early June that would hopefully be face-to-face. Maybe we could do it outdoors, or we would do it in a formal Zoom meeting that had a presentation and a tour, you know, a virtual tour, I guess, of what the project would be. And that's how we would format our town hall and community input. And then, you know, the next steps would be to take this plan, next steps, and finalize, memorialize them. Blue Spruce Humanity would develop a contract offer that would have all the contingencies identified. We'd do stuff like starting to pursue road funding, start working on whatever the contingencies were in that offer, and just start trying to see if we could make this project really happen.
Kind of confused about, I mean, Habitat's role is the developer, right?
They are the developer. They're the purchaser. They're the buyer.
The proposed buyer, right?
Right.
Why aren't they making this presentation? It seems confusing to me that the county is kind of carrying their water, and in some ways we're negotiating against ourselves because we are the owner of the land and we're trying to convince ourselves to sell it for below market rate.
Well, I mean, there are some overlaps. The county, from the housing department perspective, we have an interest in advancing housing projects that support our sort of the mission of advancing affordable housing. Some of the topics that you had asked us about were kind of inside baseball a little bit around things like the road. And so I ended up presenting today.
I guess part of what I'm meaning is I do think senior housing is important. I also think workforce housing is important, and maybe to me even more important. So it seems like we're not being even-handed about how we're approaching this, and that we're not even discussing, or we haven't invited any other participants who potentially may have a better opportunity for this, you know, one-time use of this land that the county happens to own.
I think I would offer that there are likely to be more, and if I think we already were involved with a workforce housing project in Idaho Springs that we just got done, and each time we pick something to do, if we say, but there's something else we could be doing instead, it's pretty hard to do stuff. And so it seems in this case, it's one of the things we want to do. We do care about providing affordable housing, whether for the workforce or for our seniors to remain in the community. And so we offer, you know, we take on expense and we do things to incentivize and subsidize those other projects as well. And this is just one of the things we're trying to do. And in this case, we have a nonprofit developer who seeks to try to create sustainably affordable senior housing unit, you know, without the additional profit involved and all that stuff that then drives the cost of units and makes them less realistically made affordable in a sustainable fashion. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with pursuing this from that standpoint. I guess if we could go back, I know you unshared your screen, the timeline that you showed that a minute ago. Just go back a slide. Yeah. You know,
And this is-
somewhere,
this is-
somewhere in there, there should be a bullet point that has, you know, a land use process and approval by the BOCC that does not precede moving forward with the preparation. You know, we'd be giving here the indication that we are favorable enough to this that we'd like to see a more detailed, you know, proposal. And that's what we'd be enabling today. And that going down the road, there'd be a place where we'd have a yes or no on the proposal and the idea based on that additional information. Is that correct? And I don't really see that bullet pointed in 21. That's what I was scanning through there quickly, trying to see, you know, that there's a drop dead point, a yes or no point, after which we are committed if we're not committed today.
I think it's about, Blue Spruce, it's about, you know, this offer, when
Mm-hmm.
the offer, it's about negotiating the offer, the sales offer.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're saying, Randy, and I'm in no way, shape, or form suggesting we auction this off to the highest bidder to maximize the amount of the sale price.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we haven't done, well, this proposal obviously doesn't have accurate, in my opinion, accurate financial numbers yet. So I don't feel like I can even really form an opinion about that. But it would be my preference that we engage the public with a town hall with a little bit wider topic, which is what does the community want in this spot, rather than what do you think of this one specific proposal, which is the only one that we have on the table right now.
Should we offer a rendering of what one of those other, you know, 100 and some to larger projects might look like, so that they do have some kind of an idea at that public meeting to say something about that?
I think that's a good point.
I would put it upon the alternate proposers to say we're having a public meeting. If somebody wants to present something that they wish to bring to the table and throw up a rendering and a concept, then it ought to be there. I think that's what we talked about a couple of months ago.
Well, I remember the developer who did the work session was very clear that he was not offering a proposal, right? He was just talking in general terms about what he thought was possible there. I think I would be open to inviting people to give us actual proposals and models that are that have a financial impact, that are drilled down to maybe another level or two of detail, so that we'll really know, you know, what are the present financial impacts on the county, what are the benefits for the whole community, and then what are the long-term financial impacts, right? Is this something that county taxpayers are going to subsidize off into the unforeseeable future, or is this something that has a different sort of a financial element to it? And like I said, I think workforce housing is something that we hear probably more of than we hear about senior housing. So I think ignoring it is probably not a good idea for this.
I would not say that to work on senior housing, and I thought we crossed this bridge a minute ago, both senior housing and workforce housing, which we're doing. And so here's a case of senior housing. I don't think either one of those, to work on both of them is not ignoring either one. And I think we're just happen to be, in this case, somebody brought a proposal to do one of those. And so I would suggest that if we wanted someone else to come up with this other idea that might be better, then we would encourage them to do some detail work and bring it to us and lay it on the table at a town meeting, or a public meeting. And so that's what we would be doing today, for example, with this developer who's in front of us offering a nonprofit deal to create sustainable, affordable senior housing, which is one of our priorities. So I think let's get the word out, you know, if we have those other people and somebody wants to come, but I don't think it's incumbent upon us to wait until somebody brings a deal that they can sell to us to be able to move forward with something else.
I think we should.
Peter, I saw you raise your hand, Peter, and then I want to jump in too.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that in terms of bringing ideas to the board, it's fine to bring these general ideas and plans, but what we have to be careful of is if a developer or in this case, Habitat, have a specific plan that may even require some action by the board, such as rezoning or modifications, it needs to go through the actual process. So they need to actually do an application with the Planning Commission. It needs to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. And if the Planning Commission authorizes it or even declines it, it would go to the board for review. and the board would then address it as a quasi judicial matter. So whereas I think it's absolutely appropriate for people to come to the board and speak in generalities of how there are different ways to do it. When we start getting into the specifics of our project, it's better to go through the appropriate process, which means start with the planning review. So that's the only thing I want to throw in there. I just don't want us to muddy the waters a little bit.
Peter, how does the fact that we own the property change what our normal expectations would be?
You know, the fact that we own the property doesn't really change the fact that they're going to be, a developer, no matter who it is going to be seeking to do something with it, likely want to acquire it. It's going to inform the commission's decision when it comes to the sale of that property and then potential rezoning of that property. But in terms of the process itself, it still would go through a planning process.
Right.
Regardless of what kind of a developer that we were to encourage, it seems like there's a sort of a logical, an endless loop logic going on right here, that we're encouraging somebody to bring something to us that we already like the idea of, so that we can then hold a quasi-judicial zoning meeting about it. And it implies that we've already invested some intellectual inertia into this idea prior to getting to the place that we come in an unbiased fashion in order to consider it. It's sort of a catch-22 in the logic. So I think that's what's I hear in George's question, which is, how does this inform how we move forward with a piece of property that helps to fulfill a vision that the county has already created? And
yeah, what I was getting at really is, I think that this is, governments regularly identify properties that they own, that they have priorities for. They zone them commensurate with those priorities, and then they work with a developer to buy the property and do the thing that the county government zoned the property for, right? Like, this is all, am I wrong on that? I mean, I think this is something I've seen play out in a lot of different communities.
But it's up until a point. So there's only so much direction you can do. You can't really appropriately single out a developer to develop a property. Yes, there's usually a cooperation idea, but it's still in conjunction with the idea of going through the appropriate process. A developer still needs permitting. A developer still needs authority and must comply with the regulations. So yes, a lot of times when it comes to developing property, cities and counties will put out RFPs for that, design build proposals, things of that nature. There's nothing wrong with a county working with a consultant to determine how it would like to see property developed. But again, usually that's part of a process, a public process, where a consultant is picked to help navigate that. And then you put out a proposal, for example, for people to apply, and then you can award a contract at that point, and then still have to go through the processes. But that's one way that you would do it. But
is it also possible that, and I think we already had a piece of this conversation once before, that the concept is there might be one or two different proposals that at different scales work towards a goal that we had that property was suited for. In this case, we're talking about, the goal of affordable housing, and we could identify it, but those different development proposal scales, the scales of those different proposals might have different zoning requirements. For example, this particular project versus the largest of the concepts that's been thrown in front of us by the other folks that brought us things. So isn't there a little bit of, are we getting ahead of ourselves to think about rezoning a property up front when we don't really know, what zoning is going to be required by the specific proposal coming to us?
so what you would do, the way I would approach it, if, my suggestion, and I saw Beth had her finger up, so that must mean I'm going over on time. But what I was going to suggest is that typically, like, for example, in this case, let's just say Habitat wanted to purchase the property. They may come to you, they may actually just give you an offer saying, we know it's not for sale, but we want to buy this property for $450,000 or whatever they come up with. Then the board discusses the transfer or sale of that property as to what is fair market value, what's appropriate. The board may, in part of those negotiations over that property, determine, well, is that a good use of us selling it? For example, is there going to be costs for any road improvements or utility improvements? How will that affect the county? Does it make sense to do that, or should we hold on to that property? So you essentially sell the property. We don't put conditions on it, and we don't say, yes, we'll allow this and we'll probably grant this or allow this rezoning. There's a risk on the part of the property purchaser, admittedly, but the board can move forward in that direction. And I saw Kathleen had something to say, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that as a condition of using CDBG funds, the property would have to be rezoned before it was closed. So the state would not grant those funds to us through you guys, because that's the way it has to flow, unless the property was currently zoned for that. So Habitat, I'm happy to put forward a contract with this all in there, no problem at all. And Habitat would do that, but as part of that contract, there would need to be rezoning so that the grant could happen. So it's not like we could buy the property and then rezone it, because the grant funding would not allow that.
That's a great follow-on point. Peter, why wouldn't we just rezone it to its best and highest use, and then we would have the full universe of possibilities available to us, and it would take the risk out of it for a potential purchaser too? Is there anything improper about us doing that?
Not at all. The board may absolutely elect to do that, direct staff to bring the necessary work product to you, and then you may do that. And I think part of where Randy was also getting was, this is a circular argument in a way, because the board, of course, is trying to be informed as to what is the best use of that. All you have right now is a broker price opinion as far as an official version as potential for that property. You have input from private developers as well as Habitat. But the board could absolutely do that, and then that issue is out of the way.
One thing I wanted to throw out there too, I love nonprofits. I do pro bono work for nonprofits. I've served on boards of nonprofits. Centura is a nonprofit. Nonprofit is an IRS tax filing status. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get something for a higher or a lower price or more or less efficient, in my opinion.
Yeah, in the case of Habitat, Blue Spruce Habitat for Humanity and Habitat for Humanity as an organization, compared to like a nonprofit that somehow gets 501c3 status like Centura, Blue Spruce Habitat is very much of the ilk of, we're not doing this for a profit. We're also not doing this so that we can give our executives, fantastic salaries and bonuses and constantly invest in our own capital, looking like palaces.
Nonprofits are held to the exact same standard as dictated by the IRS.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
That's why I'm describing what I know about those two different organizations. So, and Peter, I appreciate you making sure that we're not, stepping in on this one. I think obviously we should do whatever we want to do, not just what's legal, but what's right. That's a higher standard. So if you can help Amy work out that timeline so that we're right on the details, right? Yeah. And if there's a competing developer that wants to come in and offer something within a similar scale, I think that, Kathleen, correct me if I'm wrong, the sooner we decided to send something out like that, the happier you would be, I assume. And so if we have a legal or ethical requirement to do that, I think that should be early in the process. As far as what the right density, what the right scale, all of those things, I think 20 units is hitting it right about where it needs to be. I'm saying that after having talked to a lot of the neighbors in the area, after trying to wrap my head around the costs and what happens to water storage and what the kind of water availability in the ground is and all of those things. I think we're talking about the right scale. Sean raises a good point about, does this have to be restricted to seniors only? That's something that is interesting to me. But whether it's seniors or the workforce, there's something about this project that we can't lose sight of, which is permanency. Permanent portability. LIHTC at 9% gets you 20 years. We're talking about permanent years. And so I very much support taking the next steps on this process, on this project, and doing so in a way that is fair and ethical and legal. And I don't think I'm interested in trying to advocate for more than about 20 units on this property. I think that's already, frankly, a stretch for the community.
So I think we're talking about two different things here. Are you done, George? I'm sorry, I thought I heard you hit the end.
Yep.
I just
Yep. You're good.
jumped in. Okay. I think we're talking about two different things here, really. The first is, first of all, let me say that I'm, generally speaking, I am currently predisposed to a scale that I think is more palatable and likely to see success in the community at a scale like this. However, I could be open-minded to saying that if we're going to hold that town meeting and we're going to make sure that other people have the opportunity to present an alternative that might go outside that idea, my own predisposition towards that smaller scale that I think fits better with that neighborhood and location is, should defer instead to at least allow an open-minded view where somebody comes in and shows it that other plan could be out there that works, that might appeal to someone. So, but toward that end, I think because we see this and it's been brought to us and it's somebody with a heart, somebody that has a hard offer and wants to make something happen that does fit within the vision, that we should go forward with the public, with saying, yeah, it's worth your time to pull your documents together for a more formal proposal in a public meeting. And that if somebody else has something that they want to, and we should go ahead and set that timeline out. And then the sooner the later we get out the information that if there's another developer out there that has an idea, they need to be ready by this date with it. And there's a deadline. But is that averse to anything anyone's thinking here? Personally, I'm very partial to this particular proposal. I think it sounds good. We're not making a written in stone decision at this time, but we're going ahead and actually creating movement towards success and an outcome, and saying that the clock's running. If somebody's got an idea that they can bring and prove makes sense to us, then we're open-minded. Bring it by this date.
Yeah, I mean, let me say something about. I feel like there's this feeling of urgency, and I think it's a false urgency. I think we could find. I mean, no offense, but Habitat is going to take a $450,000 offer on $1 million property, day or night, anytime we offer that. So I don't want to unnecessarily delay the process, but I've heard every developer, every professional who I ran this by and pointed to the public documents said this is not a good place for seniors, right? For one, I heard it was characterized as a quiet neighborhood. That's anything but a quiet neighborhood. It has extremely high ambient noise from the highway just across the river. There's no walkable amenities for seniors. And I don't know to what degree we've really done any due diligence to determine whether this is really a long-term viable site for seniors to live in. I don't think it is. I think seniors belong in Idaho Springs and Georgetown and Evergreen, in a place where services and amenities are close at hand. And I think it's a little improper the way that our staff is spending a lot of time and energy to pick favorites and pick a favorite developer at the exclusion of others. And I would like us to slow down enough just to basically let the community weigh in terms of what they want for this site, and allow us to have potentially 2 or 3 different models to look at, rather than to shut those out and prematurely pick something that we may later regret.
I feel like we've met that threshold. You said 2 or 3, right? We've heard from 2 or 3.
We've got 0. Now, again, he was very clear. It was not an offer. It was not a proposal. It was just a session to understand that there were different models out there.
Make one. Yeah, somebody should bring one and make one. We've had somebody bring and make one. I don't know that staff is behaving inappropriately by bringing us an idea that somebody has in a proposal that they want to develop a property and create something that fits within our vision. I think they're simply doing their job that we set them out to do by bringing those proposals to us when somebody brings a good one. They're actually out seeking opportunities to do these things, and we charge them with that responsibility. Someone has an idea. It doesn't look like a bad idea for this site at all. And I've lived in Idaho Springs with regard to ambient noise. There are some, you can argue mixed use and having the available the other available things near to you, which is preferable, but not all of them have that. And not all seniors are immobile, and this doesn't appear to be an assisted living center or anything. It looks like it's an independent living place. And one of the qualifications, just like for either workforce housing or anything else, is that you meet a certain criteria for this particular kind of affordable housing unit. And it doesn't, I'm a senior, and I've lived in Idaho Springs and listened to the noise there. And I didn't know until I moved somewhere away from the highway how much noise there was in Idaho Springs too. So when I went back, I kind of went, wow, I didn't know. I didn't even know I had tinnitus till I moved out of Idaho Springs. So,
Amy, I see that you had something to say. I want to remind us all that we're at the end of the slot, but I think that we do need to arrive at some direction and outcome here. Amy?
Yeah, it sounds like, well, first I just wanted to say, is it correct? One of my primary assumptions has been that that we are committed to affordable housing on this site, if it's a housing solution.
I'll speak for myself. Absolutely.
yeah, sure.
I agree with that, and I'm not averse to permanent affordability. I am averse to narrowing it down to a particular solution. There are many ways of accomplishing this, other than the particular proposal we have in front of us, which to me is heavily weighted in loading the financial impact on Clear Creek County taxpayers.
Okay, so I mean, and one of the things that since we did have a town hall in 2017, I believe it was, to ask the question, Sean, that you are talking about, which was getting community input on what to do with the land. So we have done that.
Well, hold on. That was around specifically an ATV trailhead and something completely different, I believe, than what we're talking about right now.
Oh, that wasn't my understanding. I mean, I thought it was specifically about what to do with like the community center and that particular piece of land.
And
yep,
I don't view that as a particularly robust effort, because we were talking about specifically what to do with the building rather than kind of a larger context.
That's fair. So maybe that didn't quite fit the bill. So that's a good point. So at any rate, what I heard Randy, you imply was maybe you were suggesting that it was, that we would go ahead and have a town hall to look at this proposal and get feedback from the community on this particular proposal.
I thought that's what you were suggesting here.
That is what I was suggesting.
Yes.
I was just saying.
So I'm suggesting that's a great idea, and taking a lead from what everything Sean said and George said, it seemed to me that sooner's better than, if we're going to invite somebody else in, sooner's better than later to invite them so that they'll have as much time as possible. But I think we need to, in my opinion, we need to find a date, set the meter running, and tell people if they've got a great idea for this site that they think is worth their time to get together and build it, and worth our interest to have them build it. They should bring it to the table and show us a better way, and then we'll have a town hall meeting and have our own robust discussion about it and decide who we want to enter into an agreement with to make something happen.
Yeah, thank you, Randy. And that was really my concern, is that we were kind of rushing to making a thumbs up or thumbs down decision about one particular offer when we hadn't sought additional competing offers.
And today, I think what we're doing is giving the encouragement to Habitat to go ahead and create that proposal in its fine detail, because we'll ask other people to do the same. And if they show up with it, we'll look at all of them. We'll look at as many as show up to 50 or so.
One thing I might even suggest to Habitat and or our staff, and as much as they're acting on their behalf, is the cost spreadsheet that Robert Development showed us was much more detailed and actually broke it down to the specific taxing authority. That might be something that could be the starting point of developing an analysis that was a lot more accurate for this particular project.
I don't know if I would call a spreadsheet developed with a financial interest over a spreadsheet developed by a consultant that we paid a lot of money for more accurate or reliable.
Well, let me say it this way. It's a framework, and I meant that you could take it as a framework. It has all the elements in there. You can massage it and correct it to whatever way you want. I don't think that I'll just leave it at that. I think it's a much more accurate way of looking at it, as long as, and you can calibrate it however you want to reality, the reality that you see.
And the difference between like me and the people that helped build that tool is probably 8 to 10 years of additional education in economics, right? And I have a bachelor's degree, right? Like, so it takes, this is like a highly specific thing that you go to school for. And that tool we have was built by those people, right? So,
right.
Right, but using average numbers when we know these aren't average people is foolish.
Yeah.
I think
and my
that-
apologies, Kathleen, I think you had something to say.
Right.
Yeah, I'm struggling a bit here with some of the comments. So I guess, you know, what I saw from the developer, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, was a spreadsheet of his cost and things like that. If what you're asking for is an economic impact and you're asking Habitat to do a different job than your consultants that you hired for the county, is that what I'm hearing? Regardless of how you want to classify people and what class you put them in, which I do struggle with those comments. I guess I think one of our board members was one of your consultants. So I can go back to him and ask him if he would do a different preparation. I'm not quite sure what's being asked of us though.
I'd like to make a suggestion that rather than picking one person that's and casting no aspersions on anyone, a lot of us bring different experiences and kinds of education, applications of those educations over the years in that experience, an ability to create different models that can look at the economic impacts on a community like this. Certainly, what an economist would bring out of a college education, and that would go a tremendously long ways. So do developers, and so do people who work on our own staff and housing and have been studying these community impacts. And I'd be perfectly happy with, rather than saying a person who came in here and made a proposal to us that was generalized and it's been made clear to us was not really a proposal, that has a spreadsheet, and then mandate that each person that's bringing something model what this person said. I think the point a little bit ago that George was making is that not only when people put the numbers into spreadsheets, but when they build spreadsheets, they're building ideas that support a framework that they have in their own head, and they represent those people. And so I think that I would rather have our staff look at it. If we're going to have a common structure, I would rather have our staff look at those different ideas and develop that common structure in a way that meets their recommendations, not Brian's or anybody else's, or there's two ways to go at it, or tell each one of them to bring their best pitch and tell us why it is they think they're there. And the pitches that are most compelling to us in the form that they bring them will be the one that we then evaluate based on what's implied. Sometimes you look at spreadsheets and you can see that the spreadsheet is a sales pitch when you look at it, that it's not really objective. It's not, or that it's not accurate. Some things stand out on their own. And that also tells you a lot about the value of the people making proposals for things. So I don't care which way we go, but I would prefer to have, rather than tell staff that, to pick out one of those other two people and use their model and apply it to Habitat, I'd say each one should apply the model that suits their proposal the best, or that our staff would develop something that would be some amalgamation of looking at all those things.
Yeah, I want to say something really quick. I was offering the idea of a spreadsheet because I think it's something that could be more accurate. And I'm a little annoyed that the comments that I heard, when I'm making an observation that 30 low-income seniors have different financial impacts on our county than 30 average citizens, I'm not making a value judgment about those human beings whatsoever. I'm making an accurate financial observation about what we can expect their impacts to be.
And at the end of the day, I don't know how that informs us unless we decide that we're a community that doesn't want to have seniors living here because they cost too much money.
That's the point. The point is we should go into a financial decision as fiduciaries with our eyes wide open and have an accurate understanding of what it's going to cost us. And if we decide that it's worth it, great. if we decide there's another alternative out there that has more benefit for the overall community, then that's something we need to consider too.
So getting to where we were, which is what are our outcomes? Because we're 10 minutes over. I think the outcomes that correct me if anybody thinks I'm wrong, I think a majority of this board would like to see us schedule a town hall to discuss a concept at the scale of habitat. I think there's details at the scale of the habitat proposal. I think there's details to work out and making sure, and Sean, thank you for making sure that we're in the right lane, that we're not playing any kind of inside baseball. I don't think anybody's trying to have public funds, help an individual's financial outcomes, right? And so is there anything else that we're talking about? We're talking about whether or not we want to invite an offer from Habitat.
The only I would add to that is I wouldn't want to tell people how to limit their proposals. I think if somebody comes up with a 61 unit proposal, it's fair to us to say, hey, that's 40 more than we wanted. But let the experts give us their ideas about what is in the community's best interest. And then if we want to eliminate certain ones for various reasons, we can do that.
I have a question. Go ahead.
No, please.
I was going to say I have a question for Peter regarding what I just heard. And that is, if we say, and we want you to limit it to 20 units at this moment, are we stepping beyond our current bounds, not having rezoned that property to say that this is the vision we've established today? And I'm trying to do is balance what Sean said and what George said. If we say 20 right now, then we are cutting out those other proposals that might be different, and we haven't even rezoned the property yet. So I just want to know where we stand legally and fairly from an attorney's perspective.
Sean looks thrilled by the attorney's perspective on that one. So from a legal standpoint, that property is zoned the way it is zoned, and any use that is appropriate to that property, if it exceeds 20 units or whatever, is legally allowed to go through with the process to do that. If the board wants to search out somebody with those type of parameters, you certainly can. But if a developer comes in tomorrow and submits an application for that land use, and it's completely different but still conforms to that land use, you would have to consider that, notwithstanding what you're doing at this time. Does that make sense, Randy?
Kind of. And so my question is, I'm perfectly happy with the scale of the Habitat project myself, but I want to make sure that we're being both legal and fair. That's all, and how and logical in the manner with which we approach this. That in other words, if we say today, and we want to limit it to 20, and the reality is anybody can walk in there with 60, and we're legally bound to consider it, then it's a hollow gesture to try to limit it by saying we won't consider anything like that if we're actually legally bound to consider it, because it's, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And you would legally have to consider anything that is a conforming use in there until that is rezoned in some manner that it would limit it. But you are not, go on, Amy. I was just going to say, you are not prohibited from seeking out information with that limit in mind.
Okay.
Knowing that you may wish to further curtail it.
Well, just to be clear, the current proposal is not a conforming use. I mean, it has to be rezoned for the current proposal. So are we talking about an RFP in order to, how do we solicit these proposals in a way that is fair and meets the need that, Sean, you seem to be seeking, which is to actually, entertain
so if you want
true and open process here, which seems to be your goal.
Right. So you can certainly issue an RFP to get proposals on development of this land with certain parameters that you're looking for, what you have in mind, and see what you receive, what the county receives of that. Doesn't mean anything's going to be awarded. It's an idea to give you a starting point, essentially, to do that. You may absolutely do that. Similarly, I have to say, since I've been county attorney alone in the last 3 or 4 months, however long it's been at this point, the fact is that there have been numerous discussions publicly about this particular property. And so the word is certainly out there.
Yeah.
Developers who want to develop that, realistically, from my non-legal view, but just as a, you know, from a standpoint of a reasonable person, they could be jumping at that at this time. There's nothing preventing them from moving forward and trying to do that. It's out there that that land wants to be developed. It's out there that the county is looking for its best use. So it's kind of like which way you really want to go. There's no harm in doing an RFP and soliciting, but you may only get one response.
Right, and I mean, the history from my perspective is that the for-profit developers that have come in the past have been unable to come up with a fiscally viable proposal that offers affordability and meets their goals for coming up with a proposal that's profitable for them as an entity, as a developer. And that has been the case for at least 4 developers that have actually leaned into it over the years. And, you know, that's been since the 2018 needs assessment made that conclusion as well. So it's possible that that is not the case anymore, you know, and that we need to continue to ask the question.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it's, you know, but that's been part of why I'm advocating for this project, is that it seems like it's doing the thing that the other projects in the past have not done so far. And so that's why I, as staff, am saying, hey, board, how about this? You know?
Yeah, in fairness, I mean, again, we're getting financially kicked in the shins hard over this, and we haven't looked at workforce housing where we're going to get kicked in the shins equally hard, right? You're making 2 comparisons that are not equal. And the last thing I'll say about this is, I mean, are we serious about solving our shortage or not? I mean, if we put in artificial limits, like we shouldn't even, I don't even want to hear something that's over 20. Part of me thinks it means we're not serious about it. So I would advocate for having our experts come in. If none of them show up, then I'll eat crow. I'll eat my fair share of crow, but I'm pretty sure that at least 2 or 3 will, and let them show us what they're experts at. And if we decide that certain density is our breaking point, then that's fine. But at least I feel like I'm not at all educated to make that sort of a policy decision right now.
Yeah, I don't want to wait. Sorry, Randy, was there somebody else?
No. I was pointing to you on my screen, that's all. But I would like to say something, but I saw the frustration on your face and I want to honor that. So. Maybe it's just the desire to speak. Let me put my
eagerness. Yes, eagerness. What I'm looking for is I'm looking for an exit ramp to this conversation that has a conclusion. And I think the exit ramp to this conversation is that we want to get a public here, that we want to get a town hall on the schedule. We want that town hall to give us feedback about something in this range of density. If we want to make it broader and say, also, what do you think about the proposal that we could put 500 units here? I think we know what the community is going to have to say about that. Like, let's not presume. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to be concise. What I'm trying to say is that I think we have some opportunity here for Peter to huddle with Amy to make sure that whatever we're doing is right. If we're going to do an RFP, I would ask us to do that RFP soon. I would ask that RFP not waste the time of any developers by offering them a little bit about what we're looking for. So here are the things I'm looking for. I'm looking for affordability. I'm looking for a commitment to a certain price. And I think if it's not permanent, then it needs to show us why we would prefer it over an offer that's on the table that is permanent. Those are the outlines of an RFP that make sense, and Blue Spruce and anybody else can respond to it, and then we can have a town hall about those responses.
And I would just, the only deviation I noticed that you didn't mention the 20, the size, in that last list of things that you said. And so, I mean, if we want to mention the scale as a guideline, if somebody it's like Peter said, if somebody brings something in, we can decide whether to include it at the town hall, laying on a table over there for people to look at a second version. But primarily, the only thing I would say is, with regard to permanent affordability, I would rather that we just said permanent affordability instead of saying permanent affordability unless you can tell us why we should do something different than permanent affordability. Personally, I'd like to see permanent affordability, period, at the end of the sentence.
Yeah, they're not manufacturing more land, right? I'm fine with that.
So does that work?
I believe so. The only thing I would want to make perfectly clear is, do you want to make sure that the timing of the town hall provides enough runway for additional proposals to emerge?
Within reason. How long, I mean, I don't know how long you had envisioned in this last.
I was thinking, we were shooting for the end of May for the town hall.
So we're looking at about 45 or 40 days out, something like that.
I think that's more than enough time.
Okay.
Great.
And you were okay with that timeline, Kathleen?
The only thing it might limit is the opportunity for all of the proposals to have online public engagement, which we would want to have at least a couple weeks, in advance. It means that any other proposals that have yet to emerge would need to be ready, in a couple weeks.
Well, I would suggest that the ones who can get them here in time, I think we ought to set that goal for that period, that time period, like end of May, 1st of June, whatever it is, right in there that you choose. And they'll have as much online exposure as is left from the time they bring their stuff in,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we have to have like big online exposure before the town hall.
Okay.
I think I know the reason you're wanting it to be there, so that people can have read about it in detail before the town hall.
Can they informed? Yeah.
I mean, it's not vital, but that would be, the all things being equal kind of thing,
Just so online and cyber tools don't slow us down. That's all. That's really frustrating when that happens,
Okay, well, I think we have an outcome. Does anybody have anything they want to add or say, or Kathleen, maybe? I don't know. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Blue Spruce. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Randy. We're going to move on. The next thing on our agenda is consideration of approval of the design build contract to Miller Wall Company for the construction of a retaining wall to support Meadowview Drive.
Hello, board. Thank you for hearing us today. Shouldn't take up too much of your time today. Just wanted to put this project in front of you with contract to ask you to consider that for awarding this project to Miller Wall Company with the attached contract there. Really, just to summarize, we had an embankment failure around 2017, 2018 that occurred below Meadowview Drive in the Floyd Hill area. It's slowly been continuing to erode away and cause additional damage to the road. And as we've got all of our plans together in order to come up with a fix for this project, we finally got to the point where we've obtained the necessary funding and plans to move forward with it. We've been working with Miller Wall Company throughout the process there to help them inform us of some of the constraints associated with property, such as existing utilities and other property boundaries and things like that. And they've been very helpful in walking us through what type of structure can be built there and what's reasonable. We've been through several scenarios with them, and they at this point we had the additional work through Caesar Geotechnical Company to evaluate the site and provide recommendations that we were able to provide to Miller Wall Company to inform their design. And now they're at the point where they're ready to provide us with the final design for that and get it constructed as early as next week.
Great. I know we've been talking about this one for a while.
Couple of years, at least. How long has it been?
Yeah,
Over 3 years.
Yeah, it was likely brought in front of the Board of County Commissioners in 2018 there. So yeah, going on the third year here.
And I read through the contract. I don't have any questions or concerns, but Sean, Randy, maybe you do.
At 3 years in, I still took the time to read it myself, but I was ready to sign almost anything at 3 years in. But we do have our responsibility to still look at it, so I'm okay.
This is the damage that involved the lawsuit, correct?
Right.
I know this is not directly related to this approval, but last I heard that lawsuit wasn't resolved. Is that true, Peter?
The lawsuit has been resolved, and so that everything's been resolved with that. We were able, through that lawsuit, we were able to obtain an additional easement area of 15 feet onto the private property there to allow us for the construction and future maintenance of this retaining wall, as well as we received funds of $90,000 to be put towards the construction of the retaining wall through that litigation.
Now you're talking my love language. So this is only costing us 10 grand is what you're saying?
Unfortunately, no. We had quite a few expenses throughout litigation there. Beyond staff time, we did pay for an expert evaluation from Caesar Geotechnical, who went in and helped evaluate the site and the conditions there and guide us through the litigation process. And so we've had several expenses such as that crop up throughout the litigation process. We will have some outside of this contract. The County Road and Bridge Department has signed on to provide the necessary backfill for the retaining wall there, transporting that to the site, as well as supplying the fill material itself, which we have on hand. We received a significant amount of material from another project on Floyd Hill several years ago that we've been stockpiling and using for various sources. So we have the material, and staff will be transporting that over for Miller Wall Company to use and building the wall there. So there's significant staff expense and time throughout the litigation process, and a bit towards the construction of the retaining wall itself, as well as some experts that we've hired to help us through the litigation process. So there are some expenses outside of that, but still the $90,000 goes a long way and helping cover those expenses.
Okay, well, my main question was just whether we were making this decision with some outstanding unknowns, and it sounds like the answer is no, and it sounds like we did our best job to recover whatever funds we could to minimize the taxpayer outlay for something that was done by a homeowner, not by us. So thank you for filling in the blanks there. I don't have any issues with it. Thanks for finally getting this thing figured out.
Right. And so it was 100 grand, and then we got 90 grand, but then we've had these other expenses. And what did you say the total of those expenses was roughly?
I don't have the number in front of us, but the geotechnical legal expert there was quite expensive. I think we were close to $20,000 for paying for the geotechnical analysis, as well as them helping with consulting us through the litigation process. This never went to trial, but they did provide some consulting services throughout that. So I would imagine all in, that we're closer to that $130,000 mark total with the construction of the wall, as well as the litigation expense.
So it's costing us about $40,000 to get a $100,000 job done, and we got the land to do it on. So, okay, thanks.
Yeah, these are good conversations to have. It's always important to know the score, so to speak, and know what the big picture is. Part of the big picture that I think, since we're talking about it, should be talked about is, I know that we have changed our code to avoid mistakes like this being made in the future, where something gets approved and there's a light pole right in the middle of it, or an electric pole. And I think that wasn't the only fix. I think that this was a case that caused us to learn a couple of shortcomings in our code that we've addressed. And of course, we would never, outside of why this damage was there to the road, we would repair our road, and we would always invest in our road system such that it can get people safely where they're trying to be.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think it's also fair, I mean, to be fair to ourselves and everyone, and is that those standards and those codes are always a moving target because our standards change as we learn and upgrade them. And so the stuff that was built to the old standards is there's always going to be some, this is a case of just an obvious mistake. But it's also the fact that our standards are always changing too. You know, we got driveways out there all over that people want to remodel or do something and they need to change their driveway and they find out that the old driveway doesn't meet today's codes, or things like that pop up all the time.
Yeah, and having, I mean, in Clear Creek County, requiring a survey is important, right? There's probably a lot of other issues over the years that would have been fixed if we had been. So I'm glad we're doing that now. Do we need, is this direction, do we need to make a motion?
I think so. It says consideration of approval of award of design build contract. So is that correct, Peter? I move that we approve the design build contract to Mueller Wall Company for the construction of a retaining wall to support Meadowview Drive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anything?
Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, thank you all. Anything else up for executive session, or are we at the end here?
No, we'll conclude on Thursday with any executive session items.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, gents
Thanks, everyone. We are adjourned.
and women.